C. 3267 Wild Thunder Tiger. C. 3267 Wild Thunder Tiger. Qin Shuang's expression was extremely nervous. This was something that Xin Xiang had never seen before. It could be seen how powerful this thing was. What is it? Shen Xiang took out something that even Qin Shuang was afraid of, and it was definitely not something that he could deal with. He couldn't teleport or fly right now. He had to protect himself well. It should be a rank 2 proud world wild beast. Qin Shuang said in a low voice, "This guy's strength is equivalent to peak of the arrogant realm." Peak of the equivalent level of world-defying berserk realm. You are now also at the peak of the world-defying berserk realm, and you even possess an awesome world berserk soul. Xin Xiang said, "You should not be afraid of this guy. I am only guessing right now. If it's a 3rd stage proud world wild beast, it would be hard to deal with it." Qin Shuang held onto the violet sun, sword tightly, looking in the direction of the sound. When the proud world wild beast approached, it was very secretive, as if it wanted to ambush them. This guy must be really good at sneak attacks. Xin Xiang thought if he did not sense the weak movements on the ground, he would not have been able to discover the proud world wild beast. It was terrifying that beasts that had the ability to use at least their peak of the arrogant realm could not release even the slightest bit of their aura. That was why Xin Xiang thought that this was beasts that liked sneak attacks. "He's here." Qin Shuang's face changed, her body trembled, and released a burst of qi wave that blew Xin Xiang far away. And after Xin Xiang was flung far away, he saw a gray tiger pouncing towards Qin Shuang. When he was flying, he spat out a silent bolt of lightning and struck towards Qin Shuang's chest. The lightning he obtained was extremely powerful, and when it shot out, that aura made Xin Xiang feel fear. Qin Shuang was also unable to dodge because the speed of the lightning was extremely fast, and there were even a few of them. Although she was unable to dodge, a thick layer of purple ice appeared in front of her chest. Like ASHI plus ELD, it blocked the lightning bolts that were shooting towards her. "It's the wild thunder tiger." Qin Shuang shouted, "Xin Xiang, stay away from this guy." After the wild thunder tiger attacked Qin Shuang, it immediately pounced towards him. Its speed was like a ray of gray lightning, quickly Russ. HI plussing toward Xin Xiang. Qin Shuang was startled. She anxiously followed along. Originally wanted to counterattack, but the wild thunder tiger's speed was too fast, and its attacks did not match with her normal speed. She thought that the wild thunder tiger would continue to attack her. He never thought that after the wild thunder tiger lost, it would use its fastest speed to attack Xin Xiang. Xin Xiang had always been holding the 6 realms mirrors in front of his chest to block. The wild thunder tiger did not know how powerful this thing was, so when it pounced toward Xin Xiang, it spat out a very berserk lightning. When the wild thunder tiger were attacking Qin Shuang before, that lightning did not make a sound, but now, when they attacked Xin Xiang, they were accompanied by rolling thunder. As Xin Xiang watched the lightning strike down with a destructive might, he felt like he was facing a death sentence. Facing this kind of power, he was simply unable to react at all, and all his actions were useless. Boom! When the violent lightning struck Xin Xiang's 6 realms mirrors, a huge explosion resounded. Countless lightning bolts shot out like fireworks, striking all directions. Amongst them, a dazzling bolt of lightning flew out from the 6 realms mirror and struck the wild thunder tiger. Roar! The wild thunder tiger did not know that Shen Xiang's 6 realms mirrors had this kind of power, to think that it could actually reflect on his attack. At this time, Qin Shuang had already come over. She waved her violet sun sword and fiercely hacked at it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. H. Plus she hacked out 10 times in a row, each sword bringing with it her strongest power, causing the wild thunder tiger in her body to spurt out blue blood. Xin Xiang gasped for breath while holding the 6 realms mirrors. Although the 6 realms mirrors had blocked a lot of the energy, The intense tremors that had erupted made his entire body in pain. "Are you all right?" Shenxiang had just arrived at Myriad Tao, and if she were to die just like that, she would feel extremely apologetic. Moreover, Shenxiang had a special relations, Hi plus P with the Violet Sun Sword. So if Shenxiang died, the Violet Sun Sword would be destroyed as well. "It's fine, thank you for your concern." Shenxiang laughed. "Look at your panicked expression. It's as if the one you love was almost killed." "You're not my sweetheart, Pui." Qin Shuang's face sank and cursed in her heart. She was still worried about Shenxiang just now, but she was actually teasing her again. This guy is really amazing. Shenxiang looked at the wild thunder tiger lying on the ground not far away. If he did not have the protection of the 6 realms mirrors just now, he would have been killed. "He knew I wasn't easy to deal with, so he suddenly attacked you." Qin Shuang walked towards the wild thunder tiger. Just as she was about to kill this fellow who was struggling at death's door, the wild thunder tiger suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning and flew off in a different direction. He actually ran away. Qin Shuang looked at the direction in which the wild thunder tiger had disappeared. Just as she was about to chase after him, she felt that the conditions did not allow it, because she still had to bring Shenxiang along. "So what if we ran? It's good that we're fine." Shenxiang felt that it was nothing. "Do you know how expensive wild thunder tiger are?" Qin Shuang snorted. "If we can obtain this wild thunder tiger, it would be a fortune." "How much can you sell it for?" Shenxiang was extremely curious. "Oh, right. What does Myriad Tao use as currency?" "Myriad Tao divine soil." Qin Shuang said, "You might not know, but in the past few thousand years, someone found out that there is a special kind of energy inside the Myriad Tao divine soil, which allowed people to cultivate and gain a strong fleshly body. So the Myriad Tao divine soil became the main transaction currency." Shenxiang frowned. "Doesn't that mean that there are a lot of Myriad Tao divine soil S above this Myriad Tao? I really didn't expect this." Qin Shuang nodded. "Yes, generally speaking, the stronger people will have Myriad Tao divine soil S that weighs several thousand kilograms." Shenxiang curled his lips and said, "I had thought that the Myriad Tao divine soil was an extremely rare place. I hadn't thought that there would actually be someone with a few thousand kilograms." He had met the people of Pirate before, and those pirate people's eyes immediately lit up when they saw the tiniest bit of Myriad Tao divine soil. Myriad Tao divine soil isn't actually that rare. It's just that it's controlled by a few strong guys. Qin Shuang said, "What's rare is something like the Myriad Tao divine soil crystal." Had seen a lot of Myriad Tao divine soil crystals, but he had seen a lot of them in the forbidden land of the divine earth. There are a lot in forbidden land of the divine earth. If I knew earlier, I would have brought more with me. Shenxiang had a lot of them right now, but he did not want Qin Shuang to know about them. Qin Shuang brought Shenxiang and walked toward the direction the wild thunder tiger was fleeing in and said, "The Myriad Tao divine soils crystals and Myriad Tao divine soils best not be used. Once you use it, it will be very easy for you to see through it." "Why?" Shenxiang felt that the Myriad Tao divine soil inside the forbidden land of the divine earth was very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. Why would he be recognized? Qin Shuang is the granddaughter of Sun Old Ancestor. She knows a lot of things. Shenxiang is more convinced of what she said. Qin Shuang is the granddaughter of Sun Old Ancestor. She knows a lot of things. Shenxiang is more convinced of what she said. Myriad Tao divine soil in divine soil forbidden land is refining my grandfather, and it's easy to identify. Once discovered, the various ethnic groups above Myriad Tao will try to trace the source. Qin Shuang said, "They don't allow this Myriad Tao divine soil to exist. In their eyes, it's an evil Myriad Tao divine soil," Shenxiang snorted. "They are jealous, they can't refine themselves, they can't see others." Qin Shuang very much agrees with Shenxiang's words and nodded. "It is true they're hostile to my grandfather. Right, I heard that there are not many people on this Myriad Tao. Is it true?" This is Feng Kute telling Shenxiang. If you say that you are dying from divine wilderness, you are really pitiful. On top of Myriad Dao, it is a world dominated by various ethnic groups. The most powerful thing here is Sun Ji. Oh, D-Clan, Qin Shuang said. Myriad Dao, it is a very vast world. The average human beings are very few compared to the big ethnic groups here. They seem to have their own territory. They are very united in order not to be bullied. They have enough strength to dare to run around, so they can only be confined to a very small area, and they cannot see the vast world above Myriad Dao. Qin Shuang saw the blue blood on the ground and said, "This is the blood of the mad thunder tiger. If humans encounter mad thunder, they usually can't beat." Xinxiang had heard of human beings here before. He knew W-A-N-G Dao and W-A-N-G Dao should be relatively strong here. What is the strongest ethnic group now? Xinxiang asked. Qin Shuang had been on this Myriad Dao before, and she still knows things about it. Soul River Ji. Oh, D-Clan. Qin Shuang looked at the sky. You should know world-defying Soul River. World-defying Soul River gave birth to Ken, who are now the most powerful on Myriad Dao. World-defying Soul River is able to breed the birth spirit. Xinxiang is naturally aware of the power of world-defying Soul River. Violent world-defying soul can make people have a strong strength, and Xinxiang's previously integrated violent world-defying soul is a sword. Only, however, he has used it. He has never been able to control this violent world-defying soul until now, so he has been tempted to condense the second violent world-defying soul. Yes, this group of guys is very strong. You must be careful when you meet them, Qin Shuang said. The mad thunder tiger has been seriously injured. Although it can run at a fast speed, but it has left a lot of blood, Qin Shuang rarely encounters this level of violent world-defying beast. And it is seriously injured. She certainly will not let go out of the strange forest. There is a large mountain seen in front, and the scent of the thunder and the tiger is also more and more sinuous. This guy can really run, Xinxiang exclaimed, but they chased it all the way. Qin Shuang stared at a mountain and said, "You are waiting for me here, and you should pay attention to the movement of all around. The mad thunder tiger should be in the mountain." Well, Xinxiang took out the divine mirror of 6 paths and made the divine mirror of 6 paths bigger. He sat inside. Divine mirror of 6 paths released the envy. Qin Shuang took a look at Xinxiang's divine mirror of 6 paths. She also knows what Xinxiang's divine mirror of 6 paths is doing. Unexpectedly how powerful. She suspects the use of Crystal Emperor. She is only suddenly curious, and have asked more. Just head to the mountain in front, sitting in the divine mirror of 6 paths. Xinxiang looked at Lan Tian and said to Feng Ke, "Little Ke really thinks I unexpectedly seduced the music." "Yeah, you have a lot of enemies here," Feng Ke said with a smile. "Robber clan, those guys hate you, seeing you take so many Crystal Emperors. But I also have friends here, Li Ba, W-A, and Jigu A, and Ma Jinhong," Xinxiang said with a smile. "I don't know if I can find them with divine mirror of 6 paths at divine wilderness or heavenly ancient primal world. He can use divine mirror of 6 paths to find someone he is familiar with. Now he tries to find Qin Shuang, who is closest to him, but fails. The fermentation is very narrow. It doesn't work at all." Xinxiang was very disappointed. "Xinxiang, run fast." Qin Shuang's shouting was transmitted from a distance. Xinxiang only saw 2 people in the direction chasing Qin Shuang. But Qin Shuang went to another direction and went to him. "Here, this is to not lead the enemy. Qin Shuang is looking for the injured mad thunder tiger, but he has met 2 people or 2 very powerful guys. Otherwise Qin Shuang can't even play without playing and ran straight. The 2 people seemed to be very strong." Xinxiang looked at the mountain that Qin Shuang had just rushed to, and then used the anti-strength to hide, quietly approaching the past. Qin Shuang has already gone far, but Xinxiang feels that he has to catch up and not ask. He found a cave after he approached the mountain. This cave is very luxuriously decorated. After he entered, he found the mad thunder tiger lying on the ground. "This guy must be a very powerful pet." Xinxiang saw a collar on the neck of the screaming tiger. coldly snorted and said, "The dangerous thing, actually let him run around, almost just kill me. The mad thunder tiger's injury is very serious. At this time, it has already set out." Shen Xiang took 9 firmaments, divine sword, and stabbed it to the head of the mad thunder tiger. He killed it and then left with the body. After Shen Xiang ran out of the cave, hastily followed the faint breath left by Qin Shuang's escape. In this place he couldn't have Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang, this woman is cold but good and bad to him. It's good, and it looks good. Shen Xiang feels that it is a very pleasant thing to be with her. A few days later, Shen Xiang finally sensed the breath of Qin Shuang, and he has already said through the big mountain scene. In the mountain, Shen Xiang saw a mountain in the middle of a river, and the faint breath of Qin Shuang came out from there. Looking at the calm river, Shen Xiang was awkward. He didn't dare to go into the water. Although the river was very clear and could see the bottom of the river, he was very promoted to the things above this myriad Tao. I can't fly here, but the divine mirror of 6 paths can float to the surface of the water and carry him to the hill in the river. Shen Xiang screamed at the brigade and saw a cave. After he entered, he shouted lightly, "Little Shuang Shuang, how are you doing?" Shen Xiang. Qin Shuang was very surprised. Shen Xiang actually found it here. "You are so embarrassed." S said, "I miss you, I will be embarrassed." S said Shen Xiang happily said with a smile. He had already paid for the bananas, and only saw Qin Shuang's hair was messy, and his face was full of exhaustion. "You are hurt?" Shen Xiang asked with great concern. Qin Shuang shook her head. Her face was not good at this time, but it can be seen that she should go through a very intense battle. Shen Xiang took out a glowing stone to make it brighter. Shen Xiang took out a glowing stone to make it brighter. "What the hell are you doing?" Shen Xiang looked at Qin Shuang, who was grooming the beautiful hair. He was very curious. "The 2 guys who chase you, they were beaten by me. These 2 guys are very powerful," Qin Shuang recalls, wrinkling his eyebrows. "Fortunately, I have Purple Yang Divine Sword, otherwise I will die." "Purple Yang Divine Sword?" Shen Xiang asked. He can keep track of it here, and because he has a special connection with Purple Yang Divine Sword, so he can sense the direction of Qin Shuang. Here, Qin Shuang called Purple Yang Divine Sword out of her hands and appeared in her hands. "I am careless. I expected the guy with Soul River G. Oh, D-Clan to be there. Sorry I left you. In that case, I can't go to you. Otherwise I will only lead the 2 guys to you, which is not good for you." Shen Xiang said with a smile. This can be understood. He was very surprised that the 2 guys Qin Shuang met were actually Soul River G. Oh, D-Clan, which is the most powerful group on top of Myriad Tao. Why are the people of Soul River G? Oh, D-Clan here, their strength is really strong. Shen Xiang saw Qin Shuang's appearance at this time. The Mad Thunder Tiger is Soul River G. Oh, D-Clan, a young master brother's beast pet. The 2 are the servants of the young master brother. They are responsible for taking the wild thunder tiger to walk in this place, and also let the mad thunder tigers hunt themselves. Kill some people. Qin Shuang expression. Some powerful people like to do this kind of thing. "I was almost eaten," Shen Xiang angrily said. "This group of BASTARDS really don't put people in the eyes. This is, of course, they are all like this." Qin Shuang coldly snorted and said. Shen Xiang initial laughed. "The big tiger has been killed by me," he said. He took out the body of the mad thunder tiger. After Qin Shuang saw it, her eyes were full of surprises. She thought that Shen Xiang's courage was so big, and she was so good. She saw that she was being chased, and she was still not afraid to go to the cave to make this mad G. Odie, get rid of. Shen Xiang's doing things is always beyond her expectations. She has to admit that Shen Xiang is definitely a strange person. "You dare to do it," Qin Shuang hurriedly said. "Get away. Wait until you go to the city and sell it again." Shen Xiang happily said with a smile, "This guy almost ate me. How can I let him go? For little Shuang Shuang, you seem to be very poor. Your strength is not weak." "It shouldn't be so poor. I used to be here because of the power of Qin family, so I have no food and resources, but other resources are not lacking. But now I have betrayed Qin family, and I can only rely on myself. Qin Shuang said, not to mention my real powerful or after getting the purple yang divine sword. Otherwise, based on my previous strength, if I met the two servants, I would have died. Xin Xiang is very clear at this time. The people above Myriad Dao are really terrifying. It is no wonder that Myriad Dao Danji, D will die here and W. A-N-G, gay, it can't do anything. When I have a good rest, I will take you to the city, and it will be safer inside, said Qin Shuang, who is going to be a long period of time with Xin Xiang, because Xin Xiang is still weak now. Can't fully protect herself. She can only wait until Xin Xiang becomes strong. She can rest AS, sure that Xin Xiang will survive on Myriad Dao alone. After Qin Shuang rested, she took Xin Xiang through the river and went to the city, she said. 5 days later, Xin Xiang saw a huge city, but in the distance he felt the grandeur of the city and divine power, which shrouded the city barrier, which had a strong sense of oppression and was daunting. Into the city, each person needs 1 or 2 myriad Dao divine soil, Qin Shuang said. Your myriad Dao divine soil should never be used. Here, someone can use Maikam's secret method to put myriad Dao divine soil. There is a lot of refining. This kind of behavior is forbidden. Once discovered, this alchemist will be caught. This alchemist will also be called an evil master. The group of people who specified this rule thought that such an alchemist would destroy the rules of balance, so they were treated like this. Xin Xiang is very disapproving, coldly snorted and said, maybe the group of people have a large number of such alchemists under their hands, refining a large number of myriad Dao divine soil for them, but they are not allowed to do so, so they can be more and more angle. You know it. Before you have absolute strength, don't do it. My grandfather is strong enough, but not because he offends this group of guys and then inexplicably disappears. Qin Shuang said, the divine soil forbidden land is now well protected by Ji, D, altar spirit. If the myriad Dao divine soil crystal and myriad Dao divine soil are on the scene, the consequences are unimaginable. Qin Shuang took Xin Xiang's SMAs, plussing fat, and took out 2 or 2 myriad Dao divine soils. Those people would use one thing to detect whether these myriad Dao divine soils are natural. They only received the natural myriad Dao divine soil. Safe city, can you really be safe? After Xin Xiang entered the city, he looked at the people there and his strength was average. Most of them didn't go to Violent World Defying Realm, even with Violent World Defying Realm. But he doesn't think it is very strong, at least not as good as him. Temporarily safe, that's all right. Qin Shuang entered the roast, brought a fight, and also a simple change appearance. This is to prevent the 2 servants recognize her. Xin Xiang walked down the street. Suddenly seen a picture on the wall. He hastily walked over and saw the portrait. He gave Qin Shuang sound transmission, said with a smile, this portrait makes you ugly. The mad thunder tiger is killed, and the young master of Soul River Ji, D-Clan will be furious, using all the strength to find the person who killed his beast pet, and then rewarded in major cities. 10 pounds myriad Dao divine soil. Really, I really want to turn you over. Xin Xiang sound transmission. Look at the cell phone. Enough for us to use for a long time. Xin Xiang shook his head and felt that it was too slow to earn wealth by selling only Violent World Defying Beast, and it had to be hidden. How many myriad Dao divine soil are there? Xin Xiang asked. What are you doing? Qin Shuang knows that Xin Xiang has a lot of ideas. I want to sell alchemy, said Xin Xiang, who didn't know the price of the pills in this place. Dispel the thoughts. Certified by Medicine Pill Temple. You are sinister. And if you want to get certified, you must get the Medicine Pill Temple for 1,000 years. Qin Shuang snorted. Go! I will find another way to sell the Mad Thunder. This chapter is updated by Wuxia World. EU Qin Xiang was not familiar with the market price of the pills in the Myriad Tao, But after hearing Qin Shuang say that he needed a certificate from the alchemy shrine, he more or less understood what was going on. No matter where they were, the alchemist was a very important existence, and all the major powers needed to control these alchemists in their own hands. They could not allow the alchemists to establish their own sect, otherwise it would cause them great losses. Where is the alchemy hall? Qin Xiang asked. This city belongs to a small and middle-sized city. There is no alchemy hall here, so if you want to obtain the authentication, you have to go to the alchemy hall. Qin Shuang knew that Qin Xiang was a pretty good alchemist. She had already known about Qin Xiang's situation in the Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa before. However, because Qin Xiang's cultivation was still very low, she believed that he would definitely not be able to compare to the alchemist in terms of pill refining. Xiao Shuang, what is the status of the alchemist above the myriad Tao? Qin Xiang had heard before that the powerful alchemist here could refine a pill spirit. As long as they could refine a pill spirit, they could quickly produce a large amount of divine pellets. If they can concoct a high-rank primordial pill, then their status would definitely be very high. There are many of these kinds of alchemists. In short, they have a very good relationship with the strongest group of people in this world. Qin Shuang brought Qin Xiang to wander around the city. He had no idea what she was up to. Qin Xiang could only follow behind her now. His hands were itching to refine a tank. There were definitely many new pills for him to refine in myriad Tao. He could only concoct the intermediary Gu Shi Kuang Dan, Hua Quan Dan. Because he had obtained a pill spirit, he did not need to refine this pill in the future. He would be able to condense some of the pill spirit every day. And as time passed, he accumulated a lot of it. Xiao Shuang, I have some pills with me. Do you know how I can sell them? Qin Xiang already knew that there was some kind of alchemy shrine here, which meant that if this place sold pills, he would definitely be interfered with by this alchemy shrine. However, above myriad Tao was a very large world. The alchemy hall was not easy to manage, and there would always be loopholes. What pills do you want to sell? Qin Shuang thought that selling the pills privately would be much easier than selling the Wild Thunder Tiger S. Moreover, if she sold the Wild Thunder Tiger S, it would leave some traces behind. Huaquan Dan, have you ever heard of such a pill? The Huaquan Dan could be of great help to others when they were condensing the world-defying stage fierce soul. Qin Xiang had already tried it before, so he was very clear about the effects of this kind of pellet. Of course Qin Shuang had heard of this pill. She had even eaten it before. What's the quality? Qin Shuang asked again. Qin Xiang pulled her to where there were few people and took out a handful of pills. There were more than 10 of them, and all of them were of the highest quality. A pretty good Huaquan Dan. Qin Shuang nodded his head. It should be worth 5 taels of myriad Tao divine soil S per pellet. So cheap. Qin Xiang was suddenly disappointed. These Huaquan Dan were probably formed from the elixir that you won, right? Qin Shuang said softly, You need to be clear there are many pills here that have a spirit in the old alchemist, so these Huaquan Dan are not rare and are very common here. With a human-shaped pill furnace like a pill spirit, it was like having a chicken that could lay eggs. It did not need any medicinal ingredients at all and could make the pill spirit form Huaquan Dan every day. Fine, 5 liang for 5 liang. This can be sold for 50 liang, which should be enough for us to use for a while. Qin Xiang said, Enough. Qin Shuang only had 32 myriad Tao divine soil S on her hands right now. If she wanted to get this much, it wouldn't be easy either. After that, Qin Shuang brought Qin Xiang to a place that was filled with mixed clouds and dragons. She seemed to be extremely familiar with this type of place, and she didn't know how she used it, so she quickly found a person who specialized in purchasing black cores and sold those Huaquan Dan. Black pills were pills concocted by alchemists without the certification of the Hall of Pills. Alchemists like these did not dare to sell them openly and could only sell them at a low price on the black market. After Qin Shuang received the myriad Tao divine soil, he also took out something to check if it was something that was naturally formed. After selling all the pills, Qin Shuang quickly took Qinxiang and left. If you sell it in the market, it will sell for at least 15 taels of silver. After that, you can give the Alchemy Hall a fee of 5 taels of silver, which is at least 10 taels. Qin Shuang and Qinxiang went to an inn to rest. The Alchemy Hall is really dark. Qinxiang cursed. Isn't it? However, the Alchemy God Hall is controlled by many powers, and they have been so exploited that they have even divided up myriad Tao divine soil. Qin Shuang sighed helplessly. Those with great strength will mostly be relied on by the great powers to exploit the weak along with them. If there was an expert who resisted, they would definitely disappear for no reason. Qinxiang was not surprised at all by this matter. After going to so many different worlds in the past few years, he felt that the strong preyed on the weak. There are so many myriad Tao divine soilless here. Qinxiang carefully looked at those naturally formed myriad Tao divine soilless. He was looking for any difference between this kind of naturally formed myriad Tao divine soilless and artificially created myriad Tao divine soilless. Once in a while, the world-defying stage soul river in the sky will fall down like a meteor, scattering all over the place above the myriad Tao, so the myriad Tao divine soil will never stop. Qin Shuang said, in addition, now that people find out that you can use the myriad Tao divine soil to strengthen your body and cultivate, that's why the consumption to the myriad Tao divine soil is great. The naturally formed myriad Tao divine soil was a pale golden color, and it was no different from something that was artificially refined. Qinxiang carefully checked it and finally found what was different about it. The biggest feature of the artificially refined myriad Tao divine soil was that it contained Sun Madness Fire S. When Qinxiang hadn't cultivated a Sun Madness Fire, he had also artificially refined myriad Tao divine soil S. And after a period of time, extremely weak Sun Madness Fire S would emerge from within these myriad Tao divine soil S. It was the same for the myriad Tao divine soil S in Divine Soil Restricted Area. Divine Soil Restricted Area S were refined by Super Young Old Ancestor S. They all have clear features. Although the naturally formed myriad Tao divine soil did not possess any Sun Madness Fire S, they possessed another type of energy, and could also be considered a type of flame. However, Qinxiang did not know what kind of flame that was. Did you find anything? Qin Shuang asked. She also seemed to know the problem of artificially refined myriad Tao divine soil. Of course. Qinxiang nodded, and then told Qin Shuang about his discovery. That's right, they were distinguished based on the special flames of the myriad Tao divine soil S and the Sun Madness Fire S of the artificial myriad Tao divine soil S, Qin Shuang said. Although it's the same whether these myriad Tao divine soil S use it for artifact forging or for rest, those large powers do not allow it. Qinxiang frowned and said, if the myriad Tao divine soil that I refined can pass the test too, am I not rich? You can also listen on Wuxia World. EU. Qinxiang didn't know the price of the pillar above myriad Tao. Now, he heard Qin Shuang saying that he needed the medicine pill temple certification. He almost understood what was going on. Qinxiang didn't know the price of the pillar above myriad Tao. Now, he heard Qin Shuang saying that he needed the medicine pill temple certification. He almost understood what was going on. Alchemist is a very important place no matter where it is, and all the forces need to put these alchemists in their hands. Never let alchemists stand on its own. Otherwise, it will cause great losses to them. Where is Medicine Pill Temple? Qinxiang asked. This city belongs to small and medium-sized cities. Here is Medicine Pill Temple. If you want to get certified, you have to go to Medicine Pill Temple. Qin Shuang knows that Qinxiang is a very good alchemist she knew before. After Qinxiang's at Heavenly Dan Villa, however, because Qinxiang's cultivation base is still very low, she thinks that Qinxiang is definitely not good at alchemist and alchemy. Little Shuang Shuang, How is the status of alchemist above myriad Tao? Xinxiang said before, the great alchemist here can refine pill spirit. They can quickly make fast as long as they refine those pill spirit, growing a large amount of divine pill. If it is the violent world defying pill that can refine the high rank, then the status is definitely high. There are not many alchemists. In short, they have a very good relations. HI plus P with the most powerful group in the world. Qin Shuang Xinxiang is wandering around the city and doesn't know what she is going to do. Xinxiang can only follow her behind. He is very itchy, wants to refine some Dan to myriad Dao. There must be a lot of new Dan to make him refine. He is also only able to refine the intermediary of violent world defying pill. Violent transformation divine pill, because he gets a pill spirit, so this Dan does not need refining in the future. Pill spirit can condense some time every day for a long time. He has ACCU, Mulat a lot. Little Shuang, I have some Dan on hand, you know how. To sell it, Xinxiang already knows what a medicine pill temple is here, indicating that buying and selling pills here will definitely be interfered by this medicine pill temple. However, above myriad Dao is a very huge world. Medicine pill temple wants to manage it well. There will always be loopholes. You have what Dan wants to sell, Qin Shuang thought, and it would be much easier to sell Dan privately than to sell the mad thunder tiger, and it would be easy to leave clues when she sold the screaming tiger. Violent transformation divine pill. Have you heard of this kind of Dan? Violent transformation divine pill can help people in violent world defying soul. Xinxiang tried it before. The effect is very clear. Qin Shuang has of course heard of this kind of Dan. She has also eaten it. What quality is it? Qin Shuang asked again. Xinxiang took her to the place where there were few people and took out one. There were more than 10 grains and the quality was good. Very good violent transformation divine pill. Qin Shuang nodded. It should be worth 2 for myriad Dao divine soil. So convenient, Xinxiang suddenly disappointed. You and these violent transformation divine pill should be your winner of the oyster beetle nut, Qin Shuang whispered. You have to know that there are many old alchemists with pill spirit, so this violent transformation divine pill is not too scarce, very common here. With the pill spirit's human-shaped pill furnace, it's like mastering a hen that can only lay eggs. It doesn't need any herbs at all. It allows pill spirit to condense some violent transformation divine pill every day. Spirit, the number of Dan can be imagined. Well, 5 or 2 here can sell 52, and we can use a period of time, Xinxiang said. Enough! Qin Shuang is now in his hands with more than 30 myriad Dao divine soil. If she wants to get so much, it is not easy. Later, Qin Shuang took Xinxiang to reveal the oysters. She seemed to be very familiar with the place, and she did not know what method she used. She soon found a person who bought the black pill. Those violent transformation divine pill are sold. The so-called black pill, that is alchemist, which has been certified by the medicine pill temple, is not sold in the open and above board and can only be sold on the black market at a low price. After Qin Shuang got myriad Dao divine soil, he also took out a thing to check if it was natural. After selling those Dan, Qin Shuang hastily left with Xinxiang. If you get it on the market, you can sell at least 15 and 2, and then pay the taxes and fees of medicine pill temple for 5 or 2, and there are also 12 or 2. Qin Shuang and Xinxiang smashed the stag. Medicine pill temple is really dark, Xinxiang whispered. Isn't it? But the medicine pill temple is controlled by multiple forces, and the exploitation of myriad Dao divine soil is divided by them. Qin Shuang said helplessly, people with strong strength will be trusted by those big forces, and they stripped the weaker together, and if there's an expert resistance, it will definitely disappear inexplicably. Xinxiang is also eccentric about this kind of thing. He has been the same as the weak are prey to the strong. There are so many natural myriad Dao divine soils here. Xinxiang looked at the naturally formed myriad Dao divine soil, looking for the difference between this natural myriad Dao divine soil and the artificially refined myriad Dao divine soil. After a period of time, the sky's world-defying soul river will fall like a meteor, spilling over myriad Tao, so myriad Tao divine soil will always flow. Qin Shuang said, plus, now I've found that I can use myriad Tao divine soil, so myriad Tao divine soil is very expensive. The naturally formed myriad Tao divine soil is pale gold. And what is different from the artificial refining? Shen Xiang carefully examined and finally found the difference, the most characteristic feature of the artificially refined myriad Tao divine soil is the internal violent sun fire. Shen Xiang, when I was practicing violent sun fire, I also made myriad Tao divine soil artificially. After a period of time, these myriad Tao divine soils produced a very weak, violent sun fire. The same is true for the myriad Tao divine soil in the divine soil forbidden land, which is refining the sun-old ancestor and has distinct features. The naturally formed myriad Tao divine soil has a violent sun fire, but it has another kind of energy and a kind of flame. But Shen Xiang doesn't know what the characteristic flame is. Do you find anything? Qin Shuang asked, and she seems to know the question of the artificially refined myriad Tao divine soil. Of course. Shen Xiang nodded and told him to find Qin Shuang. Yes, they are based on the special flame of the natural myriad Tao divine soil and the violent sun fire of the artificial myriad Tao divine soil, which are two characteristics, said Qin Shuang. Although these myriad Tao divine soil are enamel-plated with 6 and lie, but those big forces are not allowed to circulate. Shen Xiang stood by and waited for the end of the inspection. He suddenly saw a big motorhome passing by. The car was very expensive, like gold casting. What shocked him was that the 4 wheels of the RV actually used myriad Tao. Divine soil crystal is refining, and the myriad Tao divine soil is used in other parts of the RV. It is a very precious divine tool at first glance. Shen Xiang stood by and waited for the end of the inspection. He suddenly saw a big motorhome passing by. The car was very expensive, like gold casting. What shocked him was that the 4 wheels of the RV actually used myriad Tao. Divine soil crystal is refining, and the myriad Tao divine soil is used in other parts of the RV. It is a very precious divine tool at first glance. The guy who killed the screaming tiger is inside. Must find the BASTARD and then show the public is late, said the person inside the car, coldly a man. If you don't find the person, you will always seal the city. And then the person inside the RV added another sentence. The RV left the city, but left a lot of experts here. After checking for a few days, everyone was checked, and everyone started complaining because they were trapped here, just because a young master's violent world-defying beast was killed. Although everyone can continue to be active in the city, they can't leave the city. Shen Xiang is finally, what is the danger? Just can't go out. What should I do now? Said Shen Xiang. Qin Shuang has already been out of Hidden Jade Villa. She learned about the RV from Shen Xiang and frowned. I think it would be this level of guys. Is it a cow? Said Shen Xiang. The car is very powerful, made with myriad Tao divine soil crystal. This person is very powerful. The car with the top of the Soul River G. Oh, D-Clan is the patriarch family, Qin Shuang said. We have to find a way to get out of here and continue to stay. Here, sooner or later will be discovered. Shen Xiang, let's phone Kur out of Hidden Jade Villa. Qin Shuang saw Shen Xiang suddenly releasing such a cute little girl and felt curious. Is this your pill spirit? Of course not, but she is similar to pill spirit. Shen Xiang put his hand on Feng Kur's small head, happily said with a smile. Feng Kute spit out his tongue and then removed his hand and said, The large formation that envelopes the city is not good. Qin Shuang heard Feng Kur's words, surprisedly said, Do you want her to break the large formation here? Sun-old ancestor, but refiner alchemy is very good at all. Qin Shuang as his granddaughter, although the opposite aspect is not in line, but it is also relatively well understood, such as formation. She is very clear that this large formation is extremely difficult. Solve, I asked, Feng Kuter said with confidence. Although it is a bit difficult, Shen Xiang said, you have to hurry. If we are caught, it will be a big problem. Foam, Kutar happily said with a smile. I do things you can rest. Yes, sure, just when the time will completely destroy the large formation of the city. It will cause a lot of movement. Well, we just ran out. That's all right. When we broke the large formation. Xinxiang looked at the wall, and they first had to mix it on the wall, which was against Xinxiang. Late at night, Xinxiang. 3 of them are under the wall. It is very quiet, only the wall is there. Foam, Kuar asked Xinxiang to take out the divine mirror of 6 paths, and then whispered. The large formation of the moat needs to add energy source every period of time, and it is the weakest when it comes to the energy source. I can easily break the large formation. Xinxiang, you will take us to the wall first. Xinxiang used anti-strength to make Foam Kuar and Qin Shuang stealth, and then took them quietly to climb the wall, although there were guards, but it was quickly solved by Qin Shuang. As long as the large formation is broken, they can jump off the wall and escape from the city. Late at night, Foam Kuar gave Xinxiang and Qin Shuang sound transmission. You have to prepare. Yes, I am ready to start. Okay, Qin Shuang responded. Foam Kuar started immediately. Just how long? Qin Shuang and Xinxiang realized that the large formation suddenly shrouded in the city disappeared and produced a very strong energy fluctuation. Then, in all directions of the city, I immediately remembered a huge number of bells and noisy sounds, because the large formation was broken. This is the major event. Xinxiang put Foam Kuar in Hidden Jade Villa and continued to use the anti-strength to hide him and Qin Shuang, then jump off the wall and smash the sorcerer. Go, they are chasing! Qin Shuang dragged Xinxiang and ran wildly. When Russ, H.I. Xinxiang looked back and saw the light, he hastily gave Qin Shuang sound transmission. It's the big car, his mother. How fast can this thing be? The speed of the RV is very fast. In this very difficult world of flight, this speed is very terrifying and does not require the consumption of strength. We will definitely be caught up. Xinxiang saw the RV approaching. He was very nervous, and Qin Shuang had already exhausted all his strength. Qin Shuang is more nervous than Xinxiang at this time because she knows how strong the guys in the RV are. If they are caught up, they will be unimaginable. Yes. Xinxiang held the divine mirror of 6 paths in his hand. He made the divine mirror of 6 paths bigger, like a wheel, and then said to Qin Shuang, We entered the divine mirror of 6 paths. Qin Shuang immediately lit up and agreed, and Xinxiang took her and entered the divine mirror of 6 paths. Divine mirror of 6 paths has a lot of S, P, A, C, and there are still a lot of these S, P, A, C, S. Some are Xinxiang seals or beasts. Others are he stores some things. And now the S, P, A, C he is in is a room in all directions of this room, can let him see the situation outside. Divine mirror of 6 paths has become a wheel, rolling rapidly on the ground, controlled by Xinxiang, spinning at a very fast speed, gradually drifting away from the car chasing after it. Haha, the car is too big. The speed is certain. I am fast, Xinxiang said as he took out something all round and round. What is this? Qin Shuang asked. This is called the explosion, Dan, hee. Xinxiang lost a few and went out, counting the timing and letting the explosions burst. Qin Shuang was in the room. Through a wall, I could see the gorgeous car that was chased after. After seeing the explosion, the RV was shocked and almost turned over. She couldn't help but laugh. Soon, the distance between them and the RV was more and more, and they were a lot easier. Qin Shuang suddenly thinks that Xinxiang, even if she has her, will certainly be able to mix well with all these means. I think that divine mirror of 6 paths can still be used like this. Xinxiang couldn't think of this if he didn't see the rolling wheels behind the RV. Divine mirror of 6 paths used 6 crystal emperors to make him feel very good. Value. I think we have now completely angered a young master brother of Soul River G. Oh, D-Clan, Qin Shuang said, but she is not too worried but feels a little excited. If I have enough strength, I just killed that guy. Xinxiang snorted, and he was not afraid of young master. In the divine mirror of 6 paths, Xinxiang feels very safe. The divine mirror of 6 paths is very fast. Even the young master brother of Soul River God clan can't catch up with him. There is also divine mirror of 6 paths very strong. It is difficult to destroy from the outside. In the divine mirror of 6 paths, Xinxiang feels very safe. The divine mirror of 6 paths is very fast. Even the young master brother of Soul River Ji, D-Clan, can't catch up with him. There is also divine mirror of 6 paths very strong. It is difficult to destroy from the outside. Divine mirror of 6 paths is rolling around at this time. Follow the instructions of Qin Shuang and head to a big city called Heavenly Flame City. There are more alchemists and refining masters in it. Xinxiang wants to see Violent World Defying Pill and World Defying Divine Tool. So Qin Shuang takes him to the city. It's not easy to go to the World Defying Soul River even if you eat Violent Transformation Divine Pill. Xinxiang ate a Violent Transformation Divine Pill. I don't know why his consciousness can only be reduced. If you want to go up, you won't be able to do it. The stronger the cultivation base is, the harder it is to go to the higher level World Defying Soul River, Qin Shuang said. Everyone just knows that World Defying Soul River has 3 floors. In fact, World Defying Soul River, there is a 4th layer, but it's very difficult to get up. Xinxiang had previously learned that someone condensed to the Violent World Defying Soul of the 4th layer World Defying Soul River. Have you been there? Xinxiang asked. And he felt that it would take a lot of time if he wanted to condense the 2nd Violent World Defying Soul. First, he had to use a period of time to go to the 3rd layer World Defying Soul River. It takes more time to pick up the Violent World Defying Soul above. Of course I have been there. One of my Violent World Defying Battle Souls was got a 4th layer. Otherwise I'm not a genius warji. Qin Shuang said. Of course, it is very difficult for me to go to the 4th layer. It would be easy for the Soul River D-Clan guys to go to the 5th layer World Defying Soul River in Legend, which has the Legend Violent Soul, which is very powerful. Xinxiang surprisingly said, the soul of Soul River D-Clan is really terrifying. They can easily go to the 4th layer. Qin Shuang nodded. Yes, so their strength is the strongest here. Although we offended them, they don't know that we are real ident. 1. Tai. Otherwise we will be in trouble. Until now, Qin Shuang is still worried, because once they are identified by Soul River D-Clan, they will face the World Defying Soul Rivers, wanted and chased, which is what scares her the most. On top of this, Myriad Dao, someone dares to offend Soul River D-Clan, Soul River D-Clan can stand on the first strong group above Myriad Dao, not only because they can go to the 4th layer World Defying Soul River, but also they master a powerful innate talent. The most powerful place in Soul River D-Clan is that they can grab the powerful Violent World Defying Soul from the World Defying Soul River, said Qin Shuang expression. Can grab the Violent World Defying Soul directly from World Defying Soul River. If they catch the Violent World Defying Soul, or use H, this will definitely be very attractive and can make many experts. Selling for them Soul River D-Clan's guys don't lack Myriad Dao Divine Soil. They just lack a variety of alchemist and refining master. Of course, Soul River D-Clan is also very compet. 1. Taivan side and often infighting. This kind of thing is big ethnic groups are not uncommon. Xinxiang nodded. When you look at the village, you have to be careful. You must not let them discover our true ident. 1 Tai. Otherwise, it will be difficult to move. Xinxiang has now experienced the difficulty of condensing Violent World Defying Soul. Even if he eats Violent Transformation Divine Pill, he feels that even if he eats the low-grade Violent Transformation Divine Pill, he can only let him go to the 2nd layer, World Defying Soul River, and his goal at this time is to go to the 4th layer World Defying Soul River. Ever since he knew that there was a 4th layer World Defying Soul River, he never looked at the 3rd layer anymore. His goal was higher. You just can't do it by eating Violent Transformation Divine Pill now. Qin Shuang saw Xinxiang ate a few Violent Transformation Divine Pill. Seeing that Xinxiang is now eager to condense Violent World Defying Soul. What to do? Xinxiang frowned. The higher your current cultivation base, the more restrictions you have on going to the world-defying Soul River. And if you want to break through the kind of help, you need to improve all aspects under your cultivation base to break through. Easy access to the higher-level world-defying Soul River. After Xin Xiang entered the violent world-defying realm, it was indeed how he cultivated. At that time, he thought that he would be able to relax your violent world-defying soul by eating violent transformation divine pill, although it is now possible, but it is condensed. 2. Huang Wei Mei. You must pay attention to your own cultivation, strong fleshly body and spirit, because only then, when your spirit goes to the world-defying soul river, you can catch the powerful violent world-defying soul. Otherwise, you will encounter it. When the powerful violent world-defying soul wants to catch, he finds that he is not strong enough. Just wait for regret. Qin Shuang is very serious about Xin Xiang. I know, Xin Xiang nodded quickly. You'll be fine. Get the violent world-defying battle soul directly from Purple Yang Divine Sword. That's awkward. Qin Shuang coldly snorted. When you condense violent world-defying soul, don't be anxious. Be sure to hold your breath and meet your own satisfaction with violent world-defying soul. Otherwise, if you want to give up the integration in the future, it will cost a lot of money. The early condensing of violent world-defying soul has a great impact on future development, so you must keep in mind. These things have been told by Xin Xiang. If Qin Shuang told him that he still didn't know. Thank you, little Shuang Shuang, Xin Xiang said with a smile. If it's not your reminder, I might be confused. You remember my words, that's all right. Qin Shuang couldn't think of. The guy like Xin Xiang didn't know practice. She thought that Xin Xiang had a practice on the cell phone gap. Shen Xiang took out some myriad Tao divine soil, which was smashed from divine soil forbidden land. He only took 10,000 kilograms at the time. Now, he can't go back in a short time. He regrets taking it less. How to use myriad Tao divine soil to cultivate? Xin Xiang asked. People above myriad Tao have found that using myriad Tao divine soil to enhance the fleshly body, but Xin Xiang doesn't know. Generally, you first need to go to the store to buy the formation plate. The formation plate can release a strong flame and then melt the myriad Tao divine soil, by which flame, Qin Shuang said, you can refine the crystal. Emperor, then you know how to melt myriad Tao divine soil. Of course I understand. This is a slap in the face of Xin Xiang. If you melt myriad Tao divine soil into a liquid, then eat it directly, and then refining it to let the myriad Tao divine soil flow in the body flow, Qin Shuang said. Myriad Tao divine soil is flowing in the body after melting. Will constantly enhance the fleshly body, Xin Xiang frowned, said. Why not to refine myriad Tao divine soil into Dan? The effect should be very good. Myriad Tao divine soil, Dan. This is really a good idea. Qin Shuang shook his head and said, a lot of alchemists thought it was possible before, but they finally improved myriad Tao divine soil into Dan. After discovering that myriad Tao divine soil enters the body, it will immediately spray a lot of energy. If it can't bear it, if you die, you will die. Qin Shuang shook his head and said, a lot of alchemists thought it was possible before, but they finally improved myriad Tao divine soil into Dan. After discovering that myriad Tao divine soil enters the body, it will immediately spray a lot of energy. If it can't bear it, if you die, you will die. Xin Xiang thought about it and nodded. It is true, but if it is my refining, it will not be like them. It is just that they are not enough, and they don't know how to work. The traditional method is to use a lot of myriad Tao divine soil, then compress and refine those myriad Tao divine soil, improve the quality of myriad Tao divine soil, and finally condense into Dan. At this time, the energy inside this myriad Tao divine soil, Dan, it will be very terrifying. Once it enters the human body, if it is not handled well, it can even make people's body explode. Then you plan to do this, Qin Shuang said. If you want to refine into Dan, you will need a lot of myriad Tao divine soil first. If you refined into Dan, the quality will definitely improve. Myriad Tao divine soil improves the quality. It means more energy, and the energy of myriad Tao divine soil is very violent, Myriad Tao Divine Soil's energy is violent, but it is possible to suppress the violent energy by adding other things, and even transform the violent energy into something that enhances the soul of the fleshly body tempering spiritual Ji. Oh, Shin Xiang happily said with a smile, he has these herbs. Although not very high rank of herbs, but after refining it can achieve the effect he wants. The idea was also proposed by alchemist, but there is alchemist to do it, otherwise it will be sold. Qin Shuang said. The cultivation of Myriad Tao Divine Soil is now very popular, but Myriad Tao Divine Soil extremely violent, so you need to suffer some pain and risk when practicing. Shan Xiang took out 2 kinds of herbs. One is fruit, and the other is purple GRA. SS. The fruit in black is called divine fruit, the purple GRA. S is called soft GRA. S, Xinxiang said with a smile. You must have heard of these 2 herbs. Qin Shuang shook his head. Hebrews, how many? I heard that it is normal. Just join these 2 herbs, that's all right. According to my understanding of Myriad Tao Divine Soil, I think it should be almost the same, said Xinxiang said with a smile. These 2 kinds of herbs are both heavenly ancient primal world. Shan Xiang took out the her rank can continue to improve, almost equivalent to violent world-defying medicine. And this herbs is on Myriad Tao and heavenly ancient primal world. It is very rare, if any, because the herbs are inherently difficult to grow and are naturally born. Shan Xiang took out Heaven Creation Cauldron Stove and took out a pound of Myriad Tao Divine Soil. Do you want to refine with so many Myriad Tao Divine Soil? Qin Shuang was a little surprised. As far as I know, other alchemists are only using half a caddy or 3 when refining Myriad Tao Divine Soil Dan. 2, and the usual use of Myriad Tao Divine Soil cultivation is 1 or 2. Only those of us who are violent world-defying realm late stage or peaks use the 4 or 5 practice. After all, in alchemy, the quality of the half-pound Myriad Tao Divine Soil can be raised to 1 kilogram or even 2 kilograms. But even so, no one can stand it. And Shan Xiang started a pound. And in the eyes of Qin Shuang, this is simply chaos. When I am making out the elliptical lazy, Shan Xiang said with a smile, this kind of Dan was created by me. If I can sell it, I will definitely develop. Qin Shuang saw that Shan Xiang was so confident, and she was also skeptical. She knew that Shan Xiang had a real ability. Otherwise, she could not refine the Crystal Emperor. She also had a period of time on Myriad Tao, and she was still Sun Old. Ancestor's granddaughter, very familiar with the Crystal Emperor. Many of the big forces on Myriad Tao have been researching Crystal Emperors, but how many and only a few ethnic groups have succeeded. But they need to consume a lot of Myriad Tao Divine Soil Crystal. And those Myriad Tao Divine Soil Crystal itself are refining through Myriad Tao Divine Soil. So they want to get a little Crystal Emperor very difficult, but Shan Xiang can get 9 or even more. Qin Shuang knows that the ancient Sun Ji, the altar was restored by Shan Xiang, which itself requires 9 Crystal Emperors, and Shan Xiang himself used several pieces of refiner. And this is all done by myself. Although he has a lot of Myriad Tao Divine Soil Crystal as the foundation, it is quite good, much better than the old alchemist refining master in the ethnic groups above Myriad Tao. Therefore, with Shan Xiang able to refine the Crystal Emperor, Qin Shuang would not dare to underestimate the level of his alchemy. If you can succeed, this kind of Dan is also very useful to me. I can only practice it at most with Myriad Tao Divine Soil, and I have to endure great pain, Qin Shuang said. Definitely successful. Shin Xiang has already started. He used the violent sun fire to quickly smelt the Myriad Tao Divine Soil in the pill furnace, and the herbs are also refining very fast. The conflict between the chemical crystals of herbs and the crystals formed by Myriad Tao Divine Soil, if any, will be quickly taken down by the crystals, because those crystals are specifically designed to suppress the violent energy of Myriad Tao Divine Soil. Myriad Tao Divine Soil contains a certain amount of violent sun fire. Even if it is crystal, there are a small amount inside. Myriad Tao divine soil has become so violent after entering the human body, most of which is caused by the internal flames, and the energy of the divine fruit can suppress this violent character. Adding soft GRA, S, you can make those violent energies soften the flames, and then soften them into energy. These herbs are Shen Xiang's many years of Zhan, and his hidden jade villa is planted with a variety of bizarre herbs. Although many of them are not used for a while, he is an alchemist and likes to collect these herbs. He thinks it might be used later, and now it is used. After all, it is refining so many myriad Tao divine soil. There are two kinds of violent world-defying drug-level herbs, and Xinxiang has been tossing for a long time. At this point, the divine mirror of 6 paths is very stable and safe, allowing him to feel very comfortable with alchemy without delaying his way. After 8 hours, Xinxiang opened the pill furnace, his face full of smiles. Everything is going very well. Try my myriad Tao divine soil, Dan. Qin Shuang looked at Xinxiang and took a pale gold pill pellet from the pill furnace, frowned, and took it. I won't ask, Qin Shuang said. I don't want to fix me. Qin Shuang knows that Xinxiang is a very naughty guy. Do you worry that I put aphrodisiacs in it? Said Xinxiang said with an evil smile. Chapter 3275, Sky Flame City. Chapter 3275, Sky Flame City. Qin Shuang glared at Xinxiang fiercely. Seeing Xinxiang's cheap smile, she couldn't help but be worried. I lied to you. Eat quickly. Only you know the difference between this and using the myriad Tao divine soil to cultivate directly. Xinxiang said, Don't worry, I can guarantee that there is nothing else inside. Qin Shuang rolled her eyes as she ate the myriad Tao divine soil pill. After eating it, at first, she only felt that her stomach was warm and comfortable. But after that, a familiar warm current suddenly burst out. When it burst out, it scared her, and she even shouted loudly because she was afraid that it was the myriad Tao divine soil's berserk energy that had erupted. At the same time, she felt extremely happy, because after the explosion, the energy within the myriad Tao divine soil flowed into every part of her body. That kind of warm energy flowed through her limbs and bones, giving her a very comfortable feeling. That was the special energy inside the myriad Tao divine soil. In the past, when she was cultivating, this kind of warm current was extremely weak. At the same time, it would also be accompanied by a scorching and berserk energy flowing through her body, causing her to feel extremely painful. But now there was no pain at all, and there was still a lot of that kind of warm energy. She estimated that it was at least as effective as 5 kilograms of myriad Tao divine soil. How is it? Xinxiang saw Qin Shuang opening her eyes and asked anxiously. Very good. Qin Shuang's ice-cold eyes were filled with admiration and joy. The pellet Xinxiang refined could completely replace myriad Tao divine soil. If Xinxiang could sell this pellet, he would definitely be able to earn a lot of myriad Tao divine soil. It was a pity that the pill trade was being controlled very strictly by the big powers, unless Xinxiang became an alchemist. But with Xinxiang's current strength, if he joined a small power and displayed his talent in pill refining, he would definitely be forced by the powerful alchemists to hand over their secret pill techniques. I knew I would succeed. Xinxiang chuckled. I must refine a few more of these pellets. I want my physical body and spirit to reach their peak before going to the Ows. H.I. plus Soul River. I want to see how high of Ows. H.I. plus Soul River I can climb. Before, when Xinxiang witnessed the power of the Soul River divine race, if he did not have sufficient strength, he would not be able to fight against such a colossal being like the Soul River divine race. We're almost at the Sky Flame City. Qin Shuang said, Let's go out. Even if that fellow could chase us all the way here, he would not dare to act rashly. Sky Flame City is a huge city, so he would not dare to act recklessly here. When Xinxiang and Qin Shuang came out of the 6 Realms mirrors, he planned to settle down in Sky Flame City before using his time field to refine the myriad Tao divine soil pellet. It was very expensive to enter the Sky Flame City, and each person needed 1 gene of entry fee. Fortunately, they had sold some Huaquan before, so even if they paid the entrance fee, they would still have some left. It's really big. When Shen Xiang was outside, he could see that the city walls were very thick, and there were layers of enchantments and arrays inside the walls. Even Feng Ku'er would find it difficult to break through them. Entering the city, Shen Xiang saw hundreds of gigantic towers that lined up on both sides of the wide streets. They were all tall and big towers, and the shortest one was below 100 floors. "Follow me closely," Qin Shuang said as she quickly walked through the inner city walls. "The inn near the city gate is very expensive. We should go to a more remote place." "Up to you." Shen Xiang followed behind, paying attention to the cultivation levels of the Pa-S, Sursby. There were many of them with world-defying berserk realm. Their overall level was much higher than the one in the small city. Qin Shuang brought Shen Xiang to a relatively deserted area. The aura of the aloofness was extremely spa-R-S-E, and it was clearly caused by a large formation. Furthermore, the areas with dense aloofness were all in a bustling area. Shen Xiang and Qin Shuang did not need to absorb the aloofness to cultivate, so it did not matter to them anymore. 50 silver myriad Tao Divine Soil S for 1 month. The innkeeper said, "Why is it so expensive? This wasn't the price before." Qin Shuang frowned. "It's at least twice as expensive." "Miss, this is the cheapest room in Sky Flame City. Moreover, there are only 4 rooms left. Someone else will come if you don't stay." The manager shook his head. "All right, let's stay here." Qin Shuang took out the last 50 pairs of myriad Tao Divine Soilless and kept cursing in her heart. "Manager, why did it suddenly become expensive?" Qin Shuang was very curious about this. The 4 great races are gathered here, and many people are here to join in on the fun. That's why they're here. The manager said, "Don't tell me that you didn't come because of this matter." "Who knows?" Shen Xiang came here to see the world. After Qin Shuang received the room plate, she dragged Shen Xiang to the 10th floor and entered a very small room. There was a bed and a table in this room, which made it even more crowded. 50 taels of myriad Tao Divine Soil. This is simply robbery. Shen Xiang curled his lips. In order to save myriad Tao Divine Soil, they could only live in 1 room. I really didn't expect to meet a group gathering. Qin Shuang was extremely helpless. "Looks like that Soul River Divine race fellow will also come here with your computer. We have to be careful." Shen Xiang sat on a chair, took out something to eat, and shook his head. "What is the purpose of their gathering?" Qin Shuang sat on the bed and said, "They are most likely discussing some important matter or planning to join hands to do something. Right now, they are still loudly announcing to the outside world, and it is very likely that they want to join hands to fight against their common enemy. Of course, this has nothing to do with us. The wild thunder tiger is in my hands. Do you think we should sell it?" Shen Xiang said. Qin Shuang thought for a while, then said, "Sell it. That fellow from the Soul River Divine race will most likely come, but she won't come as fast as us. We'll sell the wild thunder tiger to the big powers here and give some hatred to the young masters of the Soul River Divine race." Shen Xiang laughed sinisterly. "Small Frost, I never thought that you would also be such a sinister fellow. You are truly from the same world." After that, Qin Shuang brought Shen Xiang and left the inn. Qin Shuang was extremely familiar with the city. She brought Shen Xiang to travel through the streets and alleys, and after half a day they finally arrived at a magnificent golden tower. "This is Soul River Divine Race's shop. Let me see if I can sell it here successfully." Qin Shuang went in to test the waters and found out that the shop was selling wild thunder tigers' corpses. This surprised Qin Shuang, and she immediately sold it, selling a total of a few hundred myriad Tao Divine Soilless. "Let's go!" After Qin Shuang finished inspecting all the myriad Tao Divine Soil, she anxiously left with Shen Xiang. Right now, she was extremely nervous. Returning to the inn, Xinxiang laughed. Not long later, that ugly wanted poster of you will fill the entire city, hee. The mad thunder tiger is a rare, violent, world-defying beast. It is also a favorite pet that young master is very fond of. Now Qin Shuang sells the body of a mad thunder tiger, which will definitely attract attention. So long, Soul River, which young master of Jiudi clan can know. Qin knows that Qin Shuang is here. The mad thunder tiger is a rare, violent, world-defying beast. It is also a favorite pet that young master is very fond of. Now Qin Shuang sells the body of a mad thunder tiger, which will definitely attract attention. So long, Soul River, which young master of D clan can know. Qin knows that Qin Shuang is here. Qin Shuang swears and swears, although the other party has a good position. But his energy is not enough to block this huge, heavenly flame city. I am not afraid, isn't it, portrait? With this I can catch me. They are too small to look at me. Qin Shuang got Purple Yang Divine Sword and was very confident about her strength. She is already the pinnacle of violent world-defying realm, and her grandfather is Sun Old Ancestor. She inherits the bloodline of Sun Old Ancestor. The apartment Tude is definitely very good. She wants to break through violent world-defying realm. Well, Xinxiang followed Qin Shuang in the city, and Qin Shuang was inquiring about the news. Qin Shuang is inquiring about the Heavenly Ancient Imperial Family. The Heavenly Ancient Imperial Family is also famous here. Hongani is now SMA's. Plussing and will definitely move. Qin Shuang is going to find Hongani to kill it. Almost succeeded, Hongani, and announce my news. Qin Shuang made an inquiries and made this conclusion for the time being. It is estimated that he does not want others to find you, Xinxiang said with a smile. Purple Yang Divine Sword is a very good weapon, even if it is here. This is of course, although Purple Yang Divine Sword is a grandfather refining, but as long as it is strong enough, even if there is a divine tool certification, there will be many experts, Russ. Plussing for it, Qin Shuang coldly snorted. As long as it is here the big forces they can easily get the divine tool certification. Besides, even if they use the certified divine tool, no one will say them. Xinxiang said lowly, "This group of villains, I have to pack them up one day." Qin Shuang returned to the inn with Xinxiang, young master of Soul River D clan. They couldn't find any news. Qin Shuang also inquired about the young master brother today, but how many people have heard of it? On the street back to the inn, there are many people around watching what Xinxiang is awkward, but he heard a familiar voice, and suddenly he was shocked. Wang Dao, half-ghost old man. Don't worry, I will be able to refine this road, Dan, patience, etc. Wang Dao laughed at he shouted. The street is Alchemy, Qin Shuang said. He said the certification of Medicine Pill Temple, but he refused to give in to other big forces and went out independently. Like this alchemist can't own his own shop. He can only set up stalls on the streets. This old man, I know him. He is very powerful. Xinxiang had learned a lot from Wang Dao. He was very grateful to Wang Dao. Qin Shuang, I thought that Xinxiang had friends here, but she thought that Xinxiang was a very good alchemist, and it was normal for alchemist friends. Xinxiang hastily squeezed through the crowd and saw Wang Dao, the little old man. He was wearing white ash clothes and his hair was white. He sat cross-legged on the ground and stared at a pill furnace. After he stared at the pill furnace for a moment, he suddenly became a hippie smile and laughed at the all-around. Xinxiang looked at the jade box next to his pill furnace, where the herbs were refining the violent transformation divine pill. Wang Dao is refining the violent transformation divine pill. For Wang Dao, it doesn't take much time to refine this kind of Dan. It can be quickly refined on the spot. This way many people can believe him. I want 100 pieces of violent transformation divine pill. How long will you help me with it? Says Xinxiang suddenly. Little brat, You are a stranger. W-A-N. Ji Dao looked at Shin Xiang and suddenly felt that the young man was very familiar. W-A-N. Ji Dao quickly recognized Shin Xiang. Smelly brat, you are so stunned. You are now violent world, defying realm, yes. W-A-N. Ji Dao was amazed at the progress of Shin Xiang's because when he last contacted Shin Xiang is still very weak. W-A-N. Ji Dao quickly refining the furnace and then collecting it. After apologizing to many people, he left Shin Xiang. Qin Shuang and Shen Xiang followed W-A-N. Ji Dao to expose the smelting of the scorpion, and the place where W-A-N. Ji Dao stayed was much larger than Shin Xiang. This girl is very unusual. Is it your woman? W-A-N. Ji Dao happily said with a smile, You see it. Shin Xiang said with a smile, and immediately Qin Shuang gave him a look. Qin Shuang can't see W-A-N. Ji Dao, but W-A-N. Ji Dao can see that she is unusual. Yes, old man, Ji Xingyuan uncle, Shin Xiang asked. When Ji Xingyuan went from tyrannical to myriad Dao, it should be with W-A-N. Ji Dao. W-A-N. Ji Dao originally poured tea at Shin Xiang, but when Shin Xiang asked him, his hand could not help but tremble, but it quickly became smooth again, and then continued to pour tea to Shin Xiang. Dead. W-A-N. Ji Dao's voice is very dull, but it reveals an endless anger. Ji Xingyuan, but a good friend of W-A-N. Ji Dao. Shin Xiang helped Ji Xingyuan break through cultivation base and let Ji Xingyuan go to myriad Dao to find W-A-N. Ji Dao. I think it is dead now. Shin Xiang remembers that when W-A-N. Ji Dao said that he needed some friends, he obviously had some difficulties, and he was killed just like the good myriad Dao Danji, O-D and W-A-N. Ji Dao relations. H-I plus P? Uncle, he. Shin Xiang couldn't believe it was true. An anger emerged from his heart, and a majestic breath was coming out. W-A-N. Ji Dao hastily held his shoulder. Calm. When Shin Xiang was in the tyrannical land, he was greatly cared for by Ji Xingyuan. Ji Xingyuan was very good to him. He also regarded Ji Xingyuan as his elder. Who was killed? Shin Xiang's cold voice with S-H-I plus veering anger saw Qin Shuang next to her frown, but she saw Shin Xiang so angry for the first time. Violent Blade Clan, says W-A-N. Ji Dao. Like myriad Dao Danji O-D, it was killed by Violent Blade Clan, Qin Shuang exclaimed. The Violent Blade Clan is just a little weaker than Soul River G-O-D Clan and is a big group above myriad Dao. The real strength of the Violent Blade Clan is not weaker than the Soul River G-O-D Clan. They should be quite W-A-N. Ji Dao sighed. They want to control the small circle of our humanity, but we don't want to. They have clashes with them, and finally many people have been killed. For many years, they have smothered and smothered to squash, and this time their strength has grown soaring. We can't resist it. Is it Violent Blade Clan or Soul River G-O-D Clan? Now they kill Uncle. I will destroy them and avenge the uncle. Shin Xiang angrily said. The body constantly released a hot breath. His body, the anger, was constantly restrained by him, and he did not burst out as much as possible. I also think, but this matter has to be long-term discussion. Now we are dying from below. We are all indifferent. We no longer live together. We only agree to meet every period of time. W-A-N. Ji Dao's heart is full. It's hatred. But he knows the strength of Violent Blade Clan. That's not what he can handle. Shen Xiang. The strength of Soul River G-O-D Clan has seen a point. A young master can make a small city, seal the city. It is very powerful, and the Violent Blade Clan is definitely the same. It takes a long time to deal with this monster. Go for a plan. Shin Xiang. The strength of Soul River G-O-D Clan has seen a point. A young master can make a small city, seal the city. It is very powerful, and the Violent Blade Clan is definitely the same. It takes a long time to deal with this monster. Go for a plan. It's hard to get rid of the entire Violent Blade Clan, but we have to deal with a small part of the Violent Blade Clan, Qin Shuang suddenly said. She is the granddaughter of the Sun Old Ancestor. Although she knows the power of the Violent Blade clan, it doesn't. I will be surprised, not to mention that she is now eyeing Soul River G. Oh, D clan. W-A-N. G Dao nodded. This young lady is right. We just need to kill the important people in the Violent Blade clan and let them know that we are doing it for revenge. Let them know the pain, let they know the cost of killing old G. Semi-ghost old man, then you have a goal, Xinxiang hurriedly said. I heard that there are several large ethnic groups here to meet, and Violent Blade clan is also back. Of course, because it's the party they started, W-A-N. Ji Dao coldly snorted. Violent Blade clan is going to join several of his allies to hunt the Saint World-defying dragon. World-defying. Holy dragon. Qin Shuang was shocked by this, too, a deep breath. It's the dragon that made Soul River Geo D-clan suffer a big loss. Yes, this Saint World-defying dragon got a small piece of Dao Creation Saint Crystal, and it's bigger, not just the Violent Blade clan. They're going, the guys at World-defying Soul River will also go. Dao Creation Saint Crystal. When I heard these 4 words, Feng Kuo almost jumped out because her very powerful little needle was made from this material. Jiho, the Altar Spirit, had previously said, what innovating materials. That is better than Crystal Emperor. Something more powerful. No wonder. Otherwise Violent Blade clan will definitely not provoke this guy. After all, it is Dao Creation Saint Crystal. Qin Shuang exclaimed. Dao Creation Saint Stone is much rarer than Crystal Emperor, and Dao Creation Saint Crystal is even more. Heavenly Flame City is the site of the Violent Blade clan. W.A. And Ji Dao said solemnly. The original Violent Blade clan called his allies to burn, but Soul River G.O. D clan also joined, and Violent Blade clan would love to join them because one party, the more they have a chance to succeed. When they just split the small piece of Dao Creation Saint Crystal, that's all right. It's only a small piece. Is it enough? Xinxiang coldly snorted. Never let them get this kind of good thing. Half ghost, old man. Do you know where the Saint World-defying dragon is? A small piece is definitely enough. In fact, as long as there is a sand-sized Dao Creation Saint Crystal, it is enough to make a divine tool very powerful. Crystal Emperor is rare, but there are 1 or 2 Crystal Emperors in each group. Kana and the powerful ethnic group of Soul River G. Oh! D clan and Violent Blade clan is the Dao Creation Divine Tool with Dao Creation Saint Stone Refining. W.A.N. Ji Dao said. And the Dao Creation Saint Crystal Divine Tool, yes, if you can have it, the strength will definitely be stronger. If we go to the Saint World-defying dragon now, it is simply going to courting death. This method is not good. Qin Shuang nodded. Yes, the Saint World-defying dragon is very powerful. Otherwise, Soul River Geo D clan will not join the Violent Blade clan. They are going to deal with the Saint World-defying dragon. We can't stop it. As for whether they can get Dao Creation Saint Crystal, we can't control it. Now we have to rely on this opportunity to make Violent Blade clan a painful one. Put, W.A.N. Ji Dao took out a portrait and said, This is the youngest son of one of the 3 mad Warji O.D. of Violent Blade clan. It is also a cultivation base of the mad Warji O.D. Violent World Defying Realm late stage. It belongs to the genius. Ward O.D. The weapon is made by Myriad Dao Divine Soil Crystal. The 3 mad Ward O.D. is also the 3 great elders of the Violent Blade clan, whose strength and patriarch are said to be generally strong and almost equal to patriarch, said Qin Shuang. Yes, it was this brat who took control of his oldest centaur to deal with us. W.A.N. Ji Dao Ji O.D. said coldly. This guy has used all the means to expand his strength, and he is very good at it. Who's Wufei? And he is the same thing. He will not care for him. It's him. Qin Shuang looked at the portrait, and Lu Mei was slightly stunned. You know, Xinxiang asked in surprise, and W.A. and Ji Dao was also curious. His name is Zhu Haixian. Qin Shuang looked at W.A. and Ji Dao. W.A. and Ji Dao nodded. There are a lot of people who have heard of his name, but there are not many people who have seen him. I must have been in close contact with him. I used to practice at Violent Fire Divine Sect. At the time we were in the same school, his innate talent was really good, and there was a strong resource behind it, so his cultivation base and strength are always in front of us. Qin Shuang said, "Of course he knows me too. How about your relations?" "H-I plus P," Xin Xiang asked, looking at the mechanical resources. "Oh, not very good." Almost all of the women in a school were occupied by him. He also played my idea, and I was very indifferent to him. Over time, he hated me very much and wanted me more. Finally, I had to leave the Violent Fire Divine sect, but I didn't know he was a Violent Blade clan at the time. Qin Shuang said, "You can enter the Violent Fire Divine sect practice is also very good. W-A-N. Ji Dao knows more about the things above Myriad Dao, although he doesn't know the ident. 1. Tai of Qin Shuang. He once saw the out-of-the-ordinary of Qin Shuang. "You look at Omega P now," said Xin Xiang, who said that Zhu Haixian was a violent world, defying realm late stage, and Qin Shuang was a peak, a level higher than Zhu Haixian, and Qin Shuang also owns Purple Yang Divine Sword. Qin Shuang has something to say, because she does not know if she can beat Zhu Haixian now. "That's our goal." W-A. And Ji Dao looked at Xin Xiang. "Your current cultivation base is still low, so you don't have to shoot when you get there. See you on the side, that's all right." "Well," Xin Xiang nodded. Then he told W-A-N Ji Dao about the young master brother of Soul River Ji. Oh, D-Clan. He wanted to see W-A-N Ji Dao know about these. In the young master of Soul River Ji, oh, D-Clan, there is only one person who has a mad thunder, and it must be him. W-A-N Ji Dao frowned. This guy should also be S-to-you. R-D-Y. Who is it? Qin Shuang knows about the big groups of Soul River Ji. Oh, D-Clan. But she doesn't know who the owner of the Mad Thunder Tiger is. He Yensong. It will be him. Qin Shuang Lume picked. Really think of it. Is this guy very powerful? Xin Xiang didn't understand at all. Violent World Defying Realm is at the top of stronger than Zhu Haixian, and is the smallest of the 10 sons of Soul River Ji. Oh, D-Clan Patriarch, the most favored, the most innate talent, Qin Shuang said. W-A-N Ji Dao He smiled. What about that? These guys are so strong against World Defying Soul River that they give me time. I will pull them, including Root, one day sooner or later. W-A-N Ji Dao is arrogant because he is alchemist. Going to the level of alchemist at WNG Dao. It's just time to ask if it's powerful, and his level of alchemist can turn into magic, and they have a lifespan that is close to eternal. Going to the level of alchemist at W-A-N Ji Dao, it's just time to ask if it's powerful, and his level of alchemist can turn into magic, and they have a lifespan that is close to eternal. Generally, even if it is a very powerful group above Myriad Dao, it will try to avoid offending this huge potential alchemist. If you offend, you must kill it. Otherwise, they may face the disaster. For many years on Myriad Dao, the powerful ethnic group that was destroyed by alchemist is not. It has happened, although it has been a very long time, but it has been rumored by people. Qin Shuang took a look at Xin Xiang. Xin Xiang, like W-A-N Ji Dao, has great potential. Once they get rid of them and let them live, they will definitely find a place to fight alchemy until they have enough strength. Again, previously, Qin Shuang thought that there was alchemist who refined Myriad Dao divine soil into a man who could make people practice. But Xin Xiang did it, and it was easy to do it. This is the potential of Xin Xiang. Soul River Ji. Oh, D-Clan is so powerful because they can easily get the powerful Violent World Defying Soul. At the Violent World Defying Realm, the Violent World Defying Soul is very demanding and has a good Violent World Defying Soul. The bigger the adolescence S. P-A-C will be W-A. And Ji Dao stood by the window and looked at the sky. His cultivation base has Serpa. S, said Violent World Defying Realm, but I don't know how much it has Serpa. S said, it is strong, that's it. But this is not absolute in our eyes of alchemist. W-A. And Ji Dao turned his head and looked at Xin Xiang, lightly smiled. Xin Xiang, you certainly don't know Violent World Defying Soul can also refine it. Violent World Defying Soul is also okay. Xin Xiang paused. Qin Shuang was secretly surprised. These alchemists were mad in her eyes. Yes, I have refining it, W.A. and Ji Dao said. I was trying to figure out how to do it myself. I don't know how much violent world defying soul has affected in the future. So at the beginning, I was a coincidence of violent world. Defying soul. But after the Zhai Zhai and the Zhaban, you can see a certain sand in the Song dynasty, W.A. and Ji Dao he smiled. Then I tried to refine my violent world defying soul and make them stronger. Of course, this method can only be used by us, because the alchemy technique we cultivate is the same. How to refine? Xinxiang hastily asked. I offer ideas to you. You need to find out for yourself. Once you can find out, you can take a vulture, W.A. and Ji Dao asked Xinxiang to sit down. Violent world defying soul, once it's merged, it's hard to give up, though it can, but it costs a lot of money and it takes almost a new practice. At the time, I thought that the violent world defying soul after the fusion could definitely be stage enhanced. Then I went to world defying soul river to find the powerful violent world defying soul by eating the pills. After I found it, I took these violent world defying. Soul grabbed it and made it into violent world defying soul. W.A. and Ji Dao happily said with a smile. Violent world defying soul is turned into energy after being refined into a Dan. After eating it, it can be sucked by the weak, violent world defying soul. You must be clear, we are familiar with among the 3-tier world defying soul river. The first layer's violent world defying soul is the weakest, but after these violent world defying souls have gone through all the hards, HI plus PS, they will upgrade themselves and finally board the 3rd layer world defying soul river, or even the 4th layer or legend. The 5th layer in, it's true that the numerous violent world defying souls in the world defying soul river are devouring each other and can continue to advance. Qin Shuang nodded. For many years, many people have tried to improve by catch violent world defying soul, his original violent world defying soul, but it has never been possible, mainly because the original violent world defying soul does not absorb the strength of other violent world defying soul. W.A. and Ji Dao haughty smiled. That's their level is not enough. The research on the aspect is not thorough, and I did it. My current violent world defying soul is equivalent to the strength of the 4th layer world defying soul river. Xinxiang writes down these words and waits for them to try again later. Semi-ghost, old man, little Shuang, she is recognized and we are selling it here. What do you say He Yensong can find her? Xinxiang asked. Now only Qin Shuang exposed. Hidden asked, is not big, although this is the city of Violent Blade Clan. But the Violent Blade Clan will not seal the city. There are many other big groups of people here. They will definitely make trouble, W.A. and Ji Dao said. What's so worried? I also killed several important people in Violent Blade Clan. And how can they get me? Although Xinxiang temporarily suppressed the hatred in his heart, he felt that it was definitely not enough to kill Zhu Haixin. He must kill all the people who originally tried Ji Xingyuan fight, even the entire Violent Blade Clan. Their defenses are definitely very strict. It's hard to find a chance to fight, W.A. and Ji Dao said. I have to stare now. I don't want to miss the opportunity. You have to be careful. W.A. and Ji Dao is on the street to explore the news. After he left the inn, Xinxiang also left with Qin Shuang, hastily returned to the inn where they stayed. Little Shuang, I want to mix Zhu Haixin with their residents. Xinxiang looked serious. Xinxiang, don't mess. Violent Blade Clan's core strength is here, and your cultivation base is too low, which is very dangerous. Qin Shuang said, your current SPAC power is simply not working. This is not heavenly ancient primal world. Of course I know I won't fight. I just want to hear about the whereabouts of the Saint World defying dragon, Xinxiang said. I am going to find the Saint World defying dragon. You are crazy, Qin Shuang was shocked. The strength of the Saint World defying dragon is far more than your imagination, and it is even more difficult to deal with. Tao Creation Saint Crystal is just a little bit. So easy to get, Maybe it has been Saint World defying the dragon is used up. I didn't go for Tao Creation Saint Crystal, Xinxiang said. I have to find the Saint World defying dragon in front of the group of guys. Go there, and I will look at the situation and make my plan. Well, you are really chaotic, Qin Shuang sighed. You are waiting for me here. I will go and ask Zhu Haixian about their movements. Shen Xiang didn't want to ask W.A. and Ji Dao. I didn't want W.A. and Ji Dao to know about it because it was very dangerous and W.A. and Ji Dao would definitely stop him. After Qin Shuang went out, Shen Xiang was not at ease, followed quietly behind, and released several rat men shopping. He soon saw the portrait of Qin Shuang. When you keep up with little Shuang, lest you be in danger. Shen Xiang hastily caught up with Qin Shuang. Shen Xiang was behind Qin Shuang. When he was about to catch up with Qin Shuang, he suddenly saw two big men wearing golden armor and stopped Qin Shuang. Shen Xiang was behind Qin Shuang. When he was about to catch up with Qin Shuang, he suddenly saw two big men wearing golden armor and stopped Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang suddenly was shocked, but he was calmed down soon because the person who stopped him was not Soul River Ji. Oh, D-Clan from the cell phone, the Violent Blade Clan. Shen Xiang saw it behind, very worried, hastily gave Qin Shuang sound transmission, and asked, Little Shuang, who are these people? They seem to be Russ. H.I. plussing at you. It's the person of Violent Blade Clan. Qin Shuang retreat took a few steps and wanted to stay away from the two men, but behind her she's SMAs. H.I. plussing and swearing. The man's face is evil. Smile, his appearance is very handsome, and his skin is fair. It's you. Qin Shuang frowned, said solemnly, Zhu Haixian, what are you doing? Qin Shuang has changed appearance, but it was recognized by Zhu Haixian, and I don't know what method he used. Shen Xiang is in a hurry. The young master of this Violent Blade Clan is actually in the middle of the city. How? I just want to invite you to a meal and enjoy a face, Zhu Haixian said, taking out the plaque and vomiting. It was the reward for her all-night reward. Drawing is really ugly, Zhu Haixian said with a smile. You should know your situation at this time. If you fall into the hands of that guy, it is very painful. If you follow me, I promise you something. I'll have... Shen Xiang looked at the two golden armor big men in the distance, although they were all at the peak of Violent World defying realm. But Qin Shuang was much better than them. Although Zhu Haixian is the late-stage genius War Ji. Oh, D. Qin Shuang can also deal with him if he uses Purple Yang Divine Sword. Little Shuang, wait a moment to see the time. Shen Xiang gave Qin Shuang sound transmission. He was able to see the two golden armor men of Violent Blade Clan. The man has closed the road of Qin Shuang, and Zhu Haixian is also blocking Qin Shuang's road. In addition, this all-around also hides several people of Violent Blade Clan. The strength is not weak. Shen Xiang doesn't understand why Qin Shuang will be found by Zhu Haixian so soon. Qin Shuang is unlikely to go back with Zhu Haixian. Once she goes back with Zhu Haixian, the consequences can be imagined. Zhu Haixian has long been stunned by her beauty. If there is a chance, she will definitely not let it go. Shen Xiang took out the Divine Mirror of Six Paths, and the Divine Mirror of Six Paths became a small mirror held by him. He let Feng Kute spur a form. After the formation, I saw only a large, colorless light glow on the mirror surface. This light glow contained a very violent atmosphere, and the light glow shrouded the shackles. People couldn't see anything at all. Breath to distinguish the direction, can't know everything around. Shen Xiang immediately rushed, and Qin Shuang also called Purple Yang Divine Sword at that time, and stabbed the sword against Zhu Haixian in front of her. Only one of Shen Xiang could see clearly in this 5-color glow. When rush over, I already saw Qin Shuang out of the sword. Although it was impossible to see anything at the moment, Qin Shuang was able to pierce a sword according to the influence and pierced Zhu Haixian's eyes. When he saw that he was stabbing, Zhu Haixian's body exploded with a powerful blast. Qin Shuang gave the earthquake a flight, and Zhu Haixian felt that there was a strong attack, just hastily to rely on the strength of the stride. Shen Xiang hastily put Qin Shuang in the divine mirror of 6 paths, then mix it into the crowd and quickly leave the place. At this time his heart is also very nervous. It's a pity just now. Shen Xiang returned to the inn and released Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang also gasped slightly. She just used her strength to attack Zhu Haixian. She expected Zhu Haixian to have such a powerful protective armor, which not only absorbed her strength, but also broke out. The thrust and the shock of the shock shocked her. If it wasn't for her response, if she used strength to resist it, he would definitely be injured. Yeah, I almost got rid of him. Qin Shuang took a deep breath. How did he recognize you? And he still seems to know where you are, Shen Xiang frowned. Look at the village. We really have to get out of here soon, Qin Shuang nodded. He might have found me based on this thing. Qin Shuang pulled out a jade token and said, This is the original identification token of Violent Fire Divine Sect. After that, Qin Shuang crushed the jade token. Let's go, can't stay. Shen Xiang opened the window and looked at the street below. I saw that many guards wearing protective armors were looking around for something, holding a portrait in their hands. There's no battle in the Heavenly Flame City, but just a young master was almost killed. This is a very serious matter, so the strength of the entire Heavenly Flame City is dispatched. Look at the invasion of the village and tell the story of the South. Qin Shuang saw that the whole city was checking her. If they stayed here, they would definitely be very dangerous. I wish the half-man ghost man, he can succeed. Shen Xiang and Qin Shuang hastily left the inn and prepared to leave Heavenly Flame City. The singer knocked on the sea. Oh, see, Croach, although there was a seal to the city, but the guard at the door was very strict. Shen Xiang could only let Qin Shuang enter the divine mirror of 6 paths and let him go out and line the city alone. When he checked him, he said it very smoothly, and then he and a large group of people walked out of the city gate. When he was just out of town, the rear suddenly was someone shouted. That is the guy, his breath, I remember. Shen Xiang didn't know who the voice was, but he talked about the breath of the man. He remembered that He Yen-song was sitting in the RV that day. He Yen-song actually remembers Shen Xiang's breath, which makes Shen Xiang very surprised. He heard He Yen-song's voice, hastily called Divine Mirror of 6 Paths, and then entered Divine Mirror of 6 Paths. Divine Mirror of 6 Paths turned into a wheel, flicking on the ground, dragging a golden light, and disappearing into the distance at once. But at the moment the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths left several formation plates, they all flew past and released a seal, trying to catch Shen Xiang. But Shen Xiang has long since fled. Where is this sacred guy? There is such a powerful thing. He dared to scream at the back. He was confused by Shen Xiang using Divine Mirror of 6 Paths. He was almost given by Qin Shuang at that time. Killed, he thought that Qin Shuang actually had a heavy killing on him, which made him angry. Zhu Haixian is the son of the distinguished elder in the Violent Blade clan. Someone wants to kill him, and he almost succeeded. This woman is very powerful, just don't know her cultivation base. Since you have been practicing with her in Violent Fire Divine Sect, you must know her very well. We have to find out her C. Oh, see, Croaches quickly. He Yen-song face band with a mask. I can't see his look, but it certainly doesn't look good, that's it, because this is the second time he let Shen Xiang run away. After successfully escaping, Shen Xiang recalled that he couldn't help but feel scared. Just now he was almost caught. After successfully escaping, Shen Xiang recalled that he couldn't help but feel scared. Just now he was almost caught. Qin Shuang sat in a chair, coldly snorted, and said, It's in Heavenly Flame City. If you are alone outside, I am not afraid of them. Heavenly Flame City is the site of Zhu Haixian. If Qin Shuang is fighting inside with Zhu Haixian, the opportunity of Violent Blade Clan will be taken once she arrives. Don't be annoyed. There's still a chance to get rid of them, said Shen Xiang. We're going to hear about the whereabouts of the Saint World Defying Dragon, and we'll be ready when we get there. Qin Shuang can only listen to Shen Xiang's arrangement now. After all, Shen Xiang took her thrilling escape. To know the whereabouts of the Saint World Defying Dragon, you can only ask some old fellows. Go to the proud dragon city, Qin Shuang said. This is a small city, but there are many old fellows in it. They are all seeing over the Saint World Defying Dragon. Wait, are the strengths of the old fellows strong if they don't tell us what to do? Xinxiang asked. They have a relations. H-I plus P with Soul River G, O-D clan, and Violent Blade clan. They are very old and have been seriously injured. And the Dragon City was built by a man who fought with the Saint World Defying Dragon. Or someone who has seen the Saint World Defying Dragon knows about the city, and they gather together. Qin Shuang said, We only went to find the injured old fellow that's all right. They should not have any temper. Of Xinxiang controls divine mirror of 6 paths and rushes to the proud city. After a few days, they have already paddled the sled, and they don't need to pay myriad Dao divine soil to enter the city of Aolong, which is different from the previous city. However, there are few people in the city of Aolong, and the city looks like a trip. The city looks very deserted. Qin Shuang sheathed diarrhea, and soon I heard that an injured old man is still here. They immediately rushed over. The old man is called Zuetiani. Although there is a big house, there is only one person in the house. He used to be a very famous hunter. He was famous for hunting some powerful and rare violent world-defying beast. However, the latter, causing his roots to be greatly affected, can only stay here and wait to die. Uncle Zhua. Xinxiang knocked at the door, shouted. Not long after, an old man who opened the door turned a little door. After seeing Xinxiang and Qin Shuang, he smiled with a smile. We don't recruit the CHOR. Yes, you go to other places. You misunderstood. We are swearing and swearing, Xinxiang said with a slight smile. You're going to find the Saint World Defying Dragon. You believe there is the existence of the Saint World Defying Dragon. Zuetiani was surprised. Don't Saint World Defying Dragons don't exist? Xinxiang asked. Of course there is. You go in. Zuetiani quickly asked Xinxiang and Qin Shuang to enter the house and then greeted them into a dilapidated hall. Hey, the city is fading, mainly because Saint World Defying is a long period of time. Someone has seen the Saint World Defying Dragon again. So over time, some people are interested in Saint World Defying Dragon. Then, after the Saint World Defying Dragon has been around for a long time, and Qin Shuang has only happened to hear it. The Saint World Defying Dragon has appeared again in the recent period, Xinxiang said in a low voice. Left, you know the many powerful ethnic groups in Heavenly Flame City. I heard that although this proud city is very deserted, the news is still very well informed. Zuetiani said with amazement, Don't they have found Saint World Defying Dragon? Qin Shuang nodded. Yes, they want to unite together and hunt the Saint World Defying Dragon. A few big ethnic groups can't take it together. Maybe it can be one. Zuetiani frowned as if thinking about it. He thought for a while. Suddenly he shook his head. Even if several strong ethnic groups join hands, that guy is very powerful. Why? Qin Shuang asked. Because the Saint World Defying Dragon is very strong and it is still making progress. Zuetiani's face suddenly showed a look of fear and said, I have seen the Saint World Defying Dragon, but I have seen it. But just saw him, he was abolished by him, and the guy also killed me. Finally, I used a caravan to get myself back. Zuetiani's previous strength should be strong. Xinxiang and Qin Shuang have heard about some news about him. Zuetiani has Serpa. Said the strength of violent world-defying realm. It is world-defying sacred realm, but still by Saint World Defying. The dragon was injured in an instant. Uncle, you know how to find the Saint World Defying Dragon? Xinxiang asked. It's hard to find the Saint World Defying Dragon. But now that he has appeared, it shows that he has broken through. Zuetiani took out the box with a small piece of fiery red. What is this? Xinxiang asked. Dragon scales, the dragon scales of the Saint World Defying Dragon. When the city lord got a big chunk from the Saint World Defying Dragon body. This is proof of the existence of the Saint World Defying Dragon. If it is close to the Saint World Defying Dragon, this dragon the scales will H-I plus N-E. Zuetiani handed Xinxiang and said, I will give it to you. This will help you find the Saint World Defying Dragon. Do you want to be close? Qin Shuang asked. It doesn't have to be very close. Generally, the Saint World Defying Dragon will go crazy every period of time. When his dragon power will be released, the dragon scales will light up, and you will rotate with the dragon scales. The direction is the brightest Saint World Defying Dragon is there. You are close to the first stage distance. The dragon scales will I plus NE, Zhuotianyi said, and Sirius warned repeated. You must remember, only far, look at that's all right, don't get close. Well, we know, thank you, left uncle. Xinxiang put the dragon scales down, and then took out 10 of his refined myriad Dao divine soil den. Uncle Zhua? This is the bra of refining brat. Maybe it will help you hurt, Xinxiang said. You are still an alchemist. Zhuotianyi had some surprises, said with a smile. Yeah, but I have been certified by Medicine Pill Temple. Xinxiang felt that Zhuotianyi's injury should be severely damaged with his body, causing his strength to fail to work through the body. Myriad Dao Divine Soil Dan is a strong body and helps to restore the wound on the fleshly body. Zhuotianyi is very spirited at this time, and it can be seen that his divine C is damaged. What SHI plus T Medicine Pill Temple is something that angers people. Zhuotianyi is an old fellow. Of course, knowing that Medicine Pill Temple is the suffocating sulfur sputum of the ethnic group, it is the blood-sucking thing. Uncle Zhua, can you spread this out? Xinxiang said. It doesn't matter. The people are going to hunt the Saint World Defying Dragon because they know that Saint World Defying Dragon has Tao Creation Saint Crystal. Zhuotianyi was still staring at the Dan that Xinxiang gave him, but after hearing the Tao Creation Saint Crystal, he was immediately stunned. Zhuotianyi was still staring at the Dan that Xinxiang gave him, but after hearing the Tao Creation Saint Crystal, he was immediately stunned. This is true. Zhuotianyi slammed, took a deep breath. Where are you listening from you? We also learned by chance that the big ethnic groups obviously want to hide this, Qin Shuang said. I think other powerful groups may not know this, and they want to eat alone. Qin Shuang now understands Xinxiang's idea. Xinxiang is to let more powerful forces partake. 1 P8, so Soul River G, D clan, and Violent Blade clan cannot be swallowed. Tao Creation Saint Crystal is a bad thing if it is obtained by Saint World Defying Dragon, Zhuotianyi said with a dignified face. But I did have to spread it out, Uncle Zhua. When you pass us out, you should be careful. Violent Blade clan and Soul River G, D clan are not vegetarian, Xinxiang said. If they know someone is spreading this, they will definitely trace the source. Be afraid of anything. Since you can all know about this, it means that this matter is not kept secret. In short, you can rest assured, Zhuotianyi said with a smile. You have a hatred with Soul River G, D clan, and Violent Blade clan, Xinxiang said with a smile. It's a bit enmity. Right to the left, uncle. You said before that Saint World Defying Dragon got Tao Creation Saint Crystal is not good. This is why. Along City had a lot of old fellows who had been hands-on with Saint World Defying. They are now dead, but I have been with them for a long time before discussing the study of Saint World Defying Dragon. Zhuotianyi said, we all agree that the Saint World Defying Dragon is sealed by something because there's a collar on the neck of the Saint World Defying Dragon. The Saint World Defying Dragon is not very strong. Why is there a collar on his neck? Qin Shuang said with amazement. Is there a strong guy who can hold the Saint World Defying Dragon? I don't know that. Collar is actually very hidden. Only I and a few old fellows saw it, and it was very fine and very fine. It looked like... In addition, it also senses a strong seal force, Zhuotianyi said. This is what I have contacted, and everyone who has seen the Saint World Defying Dragon has discovered it. If he has Tao Creation Saint Crystal in his hand, it is very likely that he has broken the seal, and his strength is more terrifying, Zhuotianyi said. Of course, it may be that I think more. Zhuotianyi is anxious to try the Dan that Xinxiang gave him, and Xinxiang and Qin Shuang are also anxious to find the Saint World Defying Dragon. So they leave and go to an empty place waiting for Saint World. Defying Dragon is crazy. While waiting, Shenxiang refining myriad Dao divine soil Dan, the Dan he had given to Zuitiani before he was refining while he was on the road. 3 days later, Qin Shuang suddenly saw the small pieces of fiery red in her hand suddenly brightened. She was shocked. Responsive! Shenxiang hastily looked. The small pieces became very beautiful at this time, although only the size of the nails, but with a layer of red light glow flash. Plusing like the stars in the night emitting red light. Qin Shuang quickly turned in place, and when she hit a direction, the red light was even more dazzling. It's here, let's go, Qin Shuang said. Shenxiang took out the divine mirror of 6 paths and started on the dragon trail. After 8 days, the divine mirror of 6 paths stopped outside a black desert. They just crossed a forest and saw a black desert in front of them. Then immediately from the divine mirror of 6 paths, what's going on inside? Shenxiang looked at the black desert, and in the distance from the desert there was a burst of red mist that flew past and then dissipated in the wind. At this time it was afternoon, the sun was very fierce, and there was a heat wave from time to time. Blood and blood is dark, Qin Shuang said with a hint of horror. This is a very dangerous place, thinking of the Saint World defying dragon hiding inside. Hazard. Also, there are ways we still have to go in after all. No matter what, we have to look at the Saint World defying dragon in the distance, and then decide whether to implement my plan, Shenxiang said. Well, go in, since you are all stunned. Qin Shuang is also very adventurous. She doesn't know why. It feels very safe to be with Shenxiang. We waited until the night to get in again, and the day was too hot, Shenxiang said. Although they don't feel hot in the divine mirror of 6 paths, they are worried that they will encounter some situations that will be hot. In the evening, Qin Shuang suddenly, resting on the big tree, was alert and hastily took a shot of Shenxiang, who was in alchemy. Someone is close! Shenxiang opened his eyes, hastily put the pill furnace off, then took Qin Shuang to a big tree and used the anti-strength to hide. Not long after, I saw more than 30 huge RVs, flying one after another. There were 2 RVs in front of them, and all the big trees were broken. Shenxiang and Qin Shuang saw the Hiensong and the most beautiful one at a glance. It's them! Shenxiang gave Qin Shuang sound transmission. They are also fast enough. These big cars stopped before the BL. ODY winds and deserts. I saw a few people inside, 2 of whom Shenxiang and Qin Shuang knew. It was Zhu Haixin and He Yensong. In addition to the 2 of them, there were 4 an old man, and other RVs also opened the door at this time, and walked down the squat to condemn the sacral callus. Surprising Shenxiang and Qin Shuang, Zhu Haixuan's arm is gone. Shenxiang suspected that it was and Jidao fight, but it was successful. It only let Zhu Haixin throw away an arm. Zhu Haixuan's level of fleshly body cultivation base, if it was destroyed by an arm, could not grow again in a short time. Hey, and he wants the sulfur-pure window, so he has scars. Zhu Haixin looked at his broken arm and whispered, The group is from the myriad Dao. If you are not them, I will not break an arm now. Sure enough, it was done by Ang Dao. It's really evil recently, He Yensong said with a sneer. The woman named Qin Shuang, I must catch her alive, actually killing my mad thunder tiger, and the people around her always, I have shown up, but I can always escape. I must let him see, and see me. After the 2 of you went in, look at that's all right, your strength is too weak, and only fight to the Saint World, defying dragon to the road to dead end, said an old man. This is a charming but Saint World. Defying dragon has been injured at this time. The strength is greatly reduced, and we will be safer at the time. Shenxiang and Qin Shuang, who were above the big tree, were surprised when they learned that the Saint World defying dragon was injured. The powerful Saint World defying dragon was actually injured. Shenxiang and Qin Shuang, who were above the big tree, were surprised when they learned that the Saint World defying dragon was injured. The powerful Saint World defying dragon was actually injured. This is a great opportunity. We must get Tao Creation Saint Crystal from the Saint World defying dragon, said an old man from Violent Blade Clan. The BL? The Y front is not calm. Let's go ahead. Soon, these dozens of RVs quickly entered the BL desert. After they stayed away, Xin Xiang and Qin Shuang jumped from above and watched the direction they disappeared. Saint World Defying Dragon is injured, so they are very likely to get Tao Creation Saint Crystal, and they must not be allowed to get it. Xin Xiang was very anxious. The strength of this group of guys is very strong. They join forces. Maybe you can really win the Saint World Defying Dragon. Yes, let's hurry. Qin Shuang took out the small dragon scales and looked at it. He frowned. No, Saint World Defying is not in that direction. Qin Shuang put the dragon scales on the palm of the hand and then aligns them in several directions, while the brightest direction of the dragon scales is not the direction that the group just said. Don't they go in the wrong direction? Xin Xiang said with joyfully, or the Saint World Defying Dragon changed direction during this time. This is a slap in the face. We have to hurry to find the Saint World Defying Dragon. Well, let's go, Qin Shuang said. After entering the divine mirror of 6 paths, they rushed to the direction of the Saint World Defying Dragon as quickly as possible. Saint World Defying the Dragon is very strong and is now injured. This makes Xin Xiang and Qin Shuang both worried. There is a strong presence in this desert, like the Saint World Defying Dragon. I don't know what it hurts the Saint World Defying Dragon. In short, we must be very careful when we arrive. If we meet that guy, we might be killed. Xin Xiang at Divine Mirror of 6. A room inside paths, he looked at all around. I now suddenly feel that the divine tool refining with Crystal Emperor is not absolutely S to you. Our DY. After all, there are Tao Creation Saint Stone and Tao Creation Saint Crystal on the Crystal Emperor. These are refiner materials that are close to the limit, Qin Shuang said. If you can get a point at it, it will be very powerful. Although Shen Xiang felt unsafe, Qin Shuang felt very good. She could see that Shen Xiang, Divine Mirror of 6 paths, added a lot of Crystal Emperor refining. How much material did you use for this Divine Mirror of 6 paths? 6. Xin Xiang has a lot of Crystal Emperors in his hands, but he still doesn't know how to use it. A lot, Qin Shuang said with amazement. You guys actually got so many Crystal Emperors. Can you refine the Crystal Emperor quickly? Of course, not fast. I also took a long time to refine, but I know how to use time power, so I can shorten the time with the outside world. Xin Xiang bit her with a smile. In time domain, a period of time, it's not a comfortable thing to refine the Crystal Emperor. Qin Shuang nodded and said that she could understand that she also knew that refining the Crystal Emperor was not an easy task, and that Xin Xiang, because of mastering time power, looked like a rush. Divine Mirror of 6 paths is very fast in the BL. Why desert? Xin Xiang was compared to He Yensong's car. The car was fast, but it was far worse than Xin Xiang's Divine Mirror of 6 paths. Because of the difference in refining materials, He Yensong's RV was refurbished with myriad Tao Divine Soil Crystal, which is a big concern for many people. But compared to Xin Xiang's 6 Crystal Emperors, not worth mentioning. Although many of the great forces on myriad Tao can master a large number of myriad Tao Divine Soil, they have a way to refine the Crystal Emperor. So they refine the Crystal Emperor at a very fast speed and consume the myriad Tao Divine Soil Crystal. A lot, so the Crystal Emperor is not shallow for those big ethnic groups. Divine Mirror of 6 paths flew for a night in the BL. Why Black Desert, and at dawn, the speed of the Divine Mirror of 6 paths suddenly fell. How to suddenly slow down so much? Xin Xiang immediately went to see the room all around. He could see it inside, and saw all around as a red, violent chi mist, which is the Why Black Desert Blood Wind. Is it because this strange wind is not good? Xin Xiang frowned. No, we used to roast before, but we also encountered a lot of this strange wind, but all slowed down. But now it suddenly grows so slow. Many. Qin Shuang looked at her eyebrows carefully, whispered. Absolutely not caused by Bell. ODY winds, but this all around has a strong strength. This strength leads to C distortion, bursting out a strong, violent strength, blocking Divine Mirror of 6 paths going forward. You look closely at the BL. ODY winds and are constantly blowing around. This is not a normal blood wind. Don't Saint World Defying Dragon is nearby. Xinxiang's heart suddenly jumped up. Saint World Defying Dragon was very strong. Although he had seen many powerful dragons before, he still felt terrified. Go out and see, Qin Shuang said. Now, we are all squatting. We can only take the risk to see. Otherwise wait for Violent Blade Clan and Soul River G. D Clan. They let us. We have close to Saint World Defying. Opportunity. Okay. Xinxiang immediately went out with Qin Shuang, and when he was fermented, Xinxiang sensed a familiar atmosphere, which was the unique atmosphere of the dragon. Saint World Defying is really close by. This guy is really terrifying. Xinxiang felt the SPAC of all around tremble with a strong momentum, and you can see the power of the Saint World Defying Dragon. Xinxiang suddenly thought that there is also a world-defying azure dragon in his own divine sea, but that is world-defying realm. If he later enters world-defying sacred realm, world-defying azure dragon is also Saint World Defying Azure Dragon. Yes, I don't know how the strength compares with the current Saint World Defying Dragon. This guy is too strong. We have wanted to move on, Qin Shuang asked. Carry on. They returned to the divine mirror of 6 paths, letting the divine mirror of 6 paths roll slowly and roll in the direction of the front. Not good. Xinxiang suddenly saw a wide, deep seam in front. Divine mirror of 6 paths almost fell in. Just as he could stop divine mirror of 6 paths, Xinxiang and Qin Shuang came out from the inside, standing beside the seams and looking down. The strong breath of the stock was pouring from below. We can't go down, it's too dangerous, and we can't fly, Qin Shuang said. I know. Xinxiang walked on the side and was thinking of ways to see how the Saint World Defying Dragon would be introduced. Qin Shuang already knows Xinxiang's plan. Xinxiang just to tell Saint World Defying Dragon, their enemies to squat, and then let him ambush, but only squatting, only to know Saint World Defying Dragon has been injured. So, Xinxiang had to change his plan, and he could only report to Saint World Defying. Let the Saint World Defying Dragon hurry up or be cautious, not to mention the scams of Soul River God Clan and Violent Blade Clan. So Xinxiang had to change his plan, and he could only report to Saint World Defying. Let the Saint World Defying Dragon hurry up or be cautious, not to mention the scams of Soul River D Clan and Violent Blade Clan. As long as Soul River D Clan and Violent Blade Clan can't get Tao Creation's Saint Crystal, Xinxiang feels that the trip is a success. How can we bring the Saint World Defying Dragon to the top? Qin Shuang is also trying to find a way. Although she thought of a few, she didn't think it would work because it's more violent, it's easier to put Saint World Defying Dragon is angry. Those guys should be coming soon. The Saint World Defying Dragon will release the sputum, and it will definitely be sensed. Even if they are in the wrong direction, they can find the location of the Saint World Defying Dragon through this breath. Qin Shuang said. Xinxiang bit his teeth and said, You can only try this method, although some adventures. It won't be violent. If it is, you still don't have to try it. Saint World Defying is injured at this time. If he is irritated, it is not a good thing. Maybe he will kill us when he gets on. Qin Shuang said she can think of this method, but she feels that it doesn't work, that is, using a powerful strength to attack the depths of the ground. It will definitely make a big move. It's not what you think. Xinxiang took a deep breath, only to see his eyes suddenly glittering for a while. Then there was an azure glow over the seam, a huge vortex of the azure glow star. A dragon roar slammed out. Only a huge portion of the lightning flashed out of the whirlpool, and inside the lightning wrapped an azure appeared. Formidable dragon. This is Azure Dragon. Qin Shuang screamed and retried. She was so close to Azure Dragon that she was so shocked The huge dragon body is like a giant pillar, and the huge dragon scales on the azure above emits azure brilliance, accompanied by a hint of lightning glow, and the majestic lightning is constantly pouring from the dragon scales. The azure dragon roared and rushed to the sky, and the roar of the roar shook the earth, and countless lightnings burst out from the huge dragon's body. like a sudden lightning storm beating on the earth. It was very shocking and terrifying. Qin Shuang was shocked by dumbstruck. And of course she knew that this azure dragon was Shen Xiang's release. One person can release a dragon. There is only one possibility. This person who cultivates world-defying divine beast and who can cultivate world-defying divine beast is very terrifying. This is the true strength of Shen Xiang. Azure dragon can fly, Shen Xiang groaned. He wanted to let azure dragon fly under the abyss, but when he had this idea, he had to suspend Li under the abyss and pass, said the spoon. The red light glow emerges from below, directly to the sky. Out of the way, it's really powerful. Shen Xiang released the world-defying azure dragon at this time. After comparing, the strength of this saint world-defying dragon is clearer. The saint world-defying dragon is more powerful than his world-defying azure dragon. Saint world-defying the dragon is a fiery red, and it is a huge fire dragon. It goes straight to world-defying azure dragon, and a flame is sprayed in the mouth. I am not your opponent. Shen Xiang knows the power of the saint world-defying dragon. At this time, his world-defying azure dragon is still not up to, and he does not want to resist it. This will hurt world-defying azure dragon. Qin Shuang knows that Shen Xiang has cultivated world-defying divine beast, which is very rare, and now Saint World-defying dragon is attacking world-defying azure dragon, which makes her worry and wants to shoot. Shen Xiang, you are taking back world-defying azure dragon, and then leaving your world-defying azure dragon can't be destroyed here. Qin Shuang knows the importance of world-defying azure dragon, as long as Shen Xiang enters world-defying. Sacred realm. The strength of this world-defying azure dragon is definitely more shocking than it is now. We can't run back without the curtain, Shen Xiang said. This guy already knows we are here. Shen Xiang grabbed the divine mirror of 6 paths, then closed her eyes and gave a loud voice. He shot a red light through the divine mirror of 6 paths. The red light landed on the world-defying green dragon body, only to see world-defying azure dragon. The scales suddenly became red. Shen Xiang, this is to summon the scarlet fire divine dragon, the 6-day Dao Ji D animal combination, only through the strange stone in the divine mirror of 6 paths to make them blend together. Azure dragon roar. The azure dragon scales of the body turned into red, spewing a burning arrogance, and a huge pair of wings appeared on the back, which is the wings of vermilion bird. The dragon claw has also undergone a huge change. It is a combination of the dragon and the tiger's claws. It looks bigger, sharper, and stronger. The scales of the Saint World-defying dragon are thicker and stronger because it is a combination of black tortoise. The most terrifying is the internal force of earth-suppressing divine elephant, which is constantly roaring, and there is a series of heaven-shaking, earth-shattering, like to suppress the world and suppress everything. Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon looks like a STU, RDY and huger than the Saint World Defying Dragon, especially the huge vermilion bird fire wings fluttering, setting off a violent flame hurricane, blowing the Saint World Defying Dragon dare not approach. I don't want to fight with you, and I am not your enemy. If you can understand me, stop it! Shen Xiang's voice was sent through the Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon like a thunder cry. Qin Shuang saw world-defying azure dragon become such a terrifying Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon, almost sitting on the ground. She looked at Shen Xiang's back. Her heart was shocking. She did not know how much strength this man is hiding in front of him. Shen Xiang is so mysterious and powerful in her eyes at this time. We are not enemies, Saint World Defying said. Yes, said Shen Xiang. I know that you have been injured, and now there is a group of very powerful guys on the road. They want to take away the Tao creation, Saint Crystal, in your hands. I am a slap in the face. Shen Xiang's words make the Saint World Defying Dragon roar in anger. The guys are very strong. They are Violent Blade Clan and Soul River G. D Clan. I have limited strength. I am not their opponent. So you should be careful or leave here, said Xinxiang. Tao Creation's Saint Crystal never fall into their hands. Okay, many thanks, Saint World Defying said, and drilled into the ground. Xinxiang hastily took the scarlet fire divine dragon back. He felt that the atmosphere of the Saint World Defying Dragon was gradually weakening and should have left under the depths, which made him and Qin Shuang relieved. It's really successful. Qin Shuang felt incredulous. She thought that Saint World Defying would actually listen to Xinxiang's words, stay away from it, and the most what she thought was that Xinxiang had such a powerful scarlet fire divine. Dragon, they entered the divine mirror of 6 paths and were about to leave, but they heard the distant ancestors of the ancestors, and then there was a hot gas surge. No, they are stirring up, Xinxiang said, biting his teeth. He was busy in a while, and the Saint World Defying Dragon was finally cut off. Qin Shuang hurriedly said, Don't worry, the Saint World Defying Dragon is hurt, but it is so powerful that it won't be so easy to lose. Let's hurry and see. Qin Shuang hurriedly said, Don't worry, the Saint World Defying Dragon is hurt, but it is so powerful that it won't be so easy to lose. Let's hurry and see. The sound is opposite the seam. We can't fly. How to cross the seam? Xinxiang said from the divine mirror of 6 paths and frowned. You can skip it. I can, Qin Shuang said, grabbing Xinxiang and jumping vigorously, skipping the wide seam. After they entered the divine mirror of 6 paths, they quickly circulated the dragon rumors. When approaching, Xinxiang came out of the divine mirror of 6 paths, and the atmosphere was very violent, making it easier for them to hide. Which RV is He Yensong and Zhu Haixian? Xinxiang looked for a car that was covered in black sand. He could only see a little shadow and couldn't find it quickly. The strength of He Yensong and Zhu Haixian can't enter the battlefield at this time, so they must hide in the RV to watch the fun. This is a good opportunity for them to start. Their RV is very strong. We don't get in. Qin Shuang soon found Zhu Haixuan's RV. She hated Zhu Haixian most, because Zhu Haixian always thought about her secretly, which made her feel sick. Moreover, Zhu Haixian was cut off from an arm at this time, and the strength was greatly reduced. If she and Xinxiang joined forces, they would certainly succeed. Don't worry, I broke it directly with my sword, Xinxiang said. I'll probably use the strength of world-defying divine beast. Well, Qin Shuang knew that it was Xinxiang's secret of strength. She knew very well that if Xinxiang's world-defying divine beast was exposed, what would happen would definitely attract the attention of many ethnic groups and would definitely think grab the hand. Close to the RV, Feng Kuter suddenly said, You follow what I said, so that you can destroy the RV with a sword. Killing Zhu Haixian is the most important, because the death of Ji Xingyuan is caused by Zhu Haixian, and Xinxiang must take revenge. Feng Kuter told Xinxiang a position. Xinxiang remembered, with the foot strength, facing the position next to the middle of the RV, the SMAs. H.I. plus Ing's sword went down. At this time he's still concealed with the reverse strength, but as the breath is leaking with a bang after the car was split in 2 by Xinxiang, the energy inside the car rushed out, creating a strong explosion. Qin Shuang also leapt, holding the purple young divine sword like a purple light. S-L-U-T, it's you. Qin Shuang was in a hurry. He was real. I thought that Qin Shuang would appear here. He thought that Qin Shuang was tracking along the way, and now the old man in the caravan left, only to shoot. He Yensong's RV is nearby, and Zhu Haixian has such a big movement in suddenly. He Yensong must have found out. He just got off the bus and saw Qin Shuang. He has been passed, but was released by Xinxiang. The priest is doing the same after Xinxiang destroyed Zhu Haixuan's RV, although she exposed her own breath. But the appearance of Qin Shuang, Zhu Haixian ignored Xinxiang's existence. Xinxiang also just converged, hastily hid near He Yensong's RV. Wait for He Yensong, as he expected. He Yensong saw Qin Shuang from the window of the RV, and his heart was in a hurry. Because Qin Shuang killed his mad thunder, he hurriedly got off the bus. He also thought that Qin Shuang was tracking all the way. after He Yensong got off the bus. He immediately remembered Qin Shuang and his party, but it was already late. Xin Xiang's divine mirror of 6 paths had already shrouded him. "Who are you?" He Yensong finally saw Xin Xiang's true ident. 1. Tai, which was actually a human being, which made him unexpected because, in his eyes, even if human beings are stronger, they are also limited in strength, and most powerful human beings is alchemist. "I am the one who kills your screaming tiger," Xin Xiang said with a sneer. "But I have to tell you that it is the savage thunder tiger attacking me first. You have a pet, well-managed, biting people everywhere. Being after killing, I hate it, and I have to reflect on my own mistakes. I also chase after us everywhere and make us hide from Tibet. You are such a low-lying human being. You actually killed my pet." He Yensong was anxious. He wanted to break away from Shen Xiang divine mirror of 6 paths and release them, but he could not succeed. "Lo!" Shen Xiang laughed. 9 firmaments divine sword flashed in his hands. He stabbed He Yensong's chest with a sword. "I am low-lying, but you are dead in my hands, watching art." "You are still dying, so you are still dead, He Yensong." I thought that Shen Xiang really dared to say. You are a human. Do you know who you killed? But I am Soul River G. Oh, D-Clan. I am. Shen Xiang slammed violent sunfire into He Yensong's body through 9 firmaments divine sword, burning He Yensong into ash from the inside. He Yensong died, and Zhu Haixin, who was alone in the distance, saw it. He Yensong was stronger than him, but he was killed. Zhu Haixin has a history of But now the expert is going to deal with the Saint World defying dragon. Qin Shuang also thinks that Xin Xiang relies on divine mirror of 6 paths, and he is very arrogant to kill He Yensong, a powerful mad war Zhou Di, but she thinks that Xin Xiang has cultivated world defying divine beast, and her strength is not weak. Kill He Yensong also. What? Just now, Shen Xiang also secretly used many of the strengths of world defying divine beast. Otherwise, he couldn't trap He Yensong with divine mirror of 6 paths and almost ran out of He Yensong. When he killed He Yensong, he looked at the shallow 5, but he had already consumed most of his strength. "Father, I am going to save me!" Zhu Haixin suddenly screamed, and Shen Xiang had used anti-strength vanish from sight, which made Zhu Haixin even more fearful, because in the distance is fighting the Saint World defying dragon. A violent, the volatility of the breath. He could not sense where Xin Xiang was at the time of Zhu Haixin. Qin Shuang's purple yang divine sword had pierced Zhu Haixuan's abdomen, and Zhu Haixin screamed. And then Qin Shuang slammed into the legs, which made Zhu Haixin violent. "A breath is approaching!" Qin Shuang hastily gave Xin Xiang sound transmission, and Xin Xiang suddenly appeared behind Zhu Haixin, only to see his arm entangled in a faint scarlet fire divine dragon phantom with a flame. "Uncle, I avenge you!" Xin Xiang smashed the fist of scarlet fire divine dragon, bursting with a violent sunfire. Through the chest moment of Zhu Haixin, the majestic flame, violent power exploded. In the body of Zhu Haixin, it's crazy. Zhu Haixin screamed, and Ji Xingyuan appeared in his mind, because Ji Xingyuan was also a personal thing. He knew this person and knew the name. At that time, he only thought that killing would kill. I thought someone will avenge Ji Xingyuan, but now he died because of this. This kind of death is so sudden. Suddenly has to make him unprepared. The kind of nostalgia for the world before he died makes him feel very unwilling. He talks about a big group, the son of elder, who is honored and masculine. But now he is dying, boom! Zhu Haixuan's body was turned into a white ash by the flame devour, and Xin Xiang entered the divine mirror of 6 paths with Qin Shuang hiding it. After Zhu Haixin made a scream, the people over there have already heard that Zhu Haixuan's father is also here. It is a middle-aged man who entered the world defying sacred realm, named Zhu Qingning. The strength is very terrifying, and he quickly flies. And he smashed, but saw Zhu Haixin. After Zhu Haixin made a scream, the people over there have already heard that Zhu Haixuan's father is also here. It is a middle-aged man who entered the world-defying sacred realm, named Zhu Qingning. The strength is very terrifying, and he quickly flies. After, and he smashed, but saw Zhu Haixin. Zhu Haixin was killed by the flame of Xinxiang, has become a fly ash, was blown away by the blood wind here, has been vanished from sight, so his father does not know that he died at this time. Zhu Qingning carefully observed all around. And finally, the weapon that can damage this RV must be very powerful, and the people who use the weapon are also very strong. Zhu Qingning, I saw that my son is here, and my heart is very anxious. What makes him most worried is that He Yensong is also here. Obviously, it's happening here. He Yensong and Zhu Haixin are very good geniuses. Their strength is not weak, and they are hiding in the STU. Our DYRV, but this is still happening now, which makes Zhu Qingning feel desperate because he has a strong consciously. He Yensong and Zhu Haixin have been killed. Who is it? Give me out, Zhu Qingning snarled. And they underestimated the dangers in this BLOODY Black Desert. Otherwise, they would not let the two young geniuses stay here. Xinxiang and Qin Shuang are hiding nearby. They all saw the reaction of Zhu Qingning. Zhu Qingning is also a powerful guy. At this time, he has to partake. 1. P8 in the battle. The pressure of Saint World, defying dragon, will definitely weaken. Zhu Qingning looked for it all around. What did he find? He finally judged through the car that had been smashed. It was destroyed with a weapon. He felt that he could do this, and only use Crystal Emperor. Divine weapon. I will find you. Zhu Qingning looked at the fierce battlefield in the distance. Although the Saint World defying dragon was injured, it was still very strong. He had to hurry to deal with the Saint World defying dragon. Otherwise, they would white ran. Zhu Qingning, after the past, Xinxiang immediately mobilized Divine Mirror of 6 paths and the past. The Saint World defying dragon hovered in the sky, spewing a group of flames of energy in the mouth, or a flame, constantly attacking the ground, and sweeping the ground from time to time with the tail. The people on the ground are very good. They should all be world-defying sacred realm. They have S, H, I, plus Elds in their hands. This can resist those who have been attacking the curtains. They seem to be prepared and used S, H, I, plus Elds. They are all dedicated to restraining the flames, so they have a little bit of fear and a little bit of consumption with the Saint World defying dragon. This crowded expert resisted the attack of the Saint World defying dragon on the ground side while controlling the various divine weapons in their hands, letting them fly into the sky and attacking the Saint World defying dragon. Saint World defying the dragon's body is very powerful, and it is easy to be a target. Is this Saint World defying dragon running from the ground? Why did it emerge suddenly? Xinxiang approached and saw a huge deep hole. Obviously, the Saint World defying dragon was flying from the deep. I don't know, maybe those guys have mastered the Saint World defying dragon. So the Saint World defying dragon is very concerned. Qin Shuang said, although the Saint World defying dragon was besieged, it always had the upper hand. The people who attacked him below did not occupy the convenient position. They could only drag on like this and wanted to consume the strength of the Saint World defying dragon. Then they used the formation again. Seal the plate. However, the Saint World defying dragon is full of strength at this time, and for so long there are signs of weakness, and the group of people are shocked. If they continue, the last thing that is exhausted is there. Stop! If you attack again, we will destroy this. An old man dressed in a Violent Blade clan holds a fiery red bead and doesn't know what's inside. Saint World defying saw this thing, shouted, immediately stopped the attack, so suspended in the air, looking at the fiery red beads with a pair of angry eyes. At this point, everyone is excited, quickly releasing their strongest strength, crazy attacking the huge Saint World defying dragon suspended in the sky. Hong hong hong. Countless strands of powerful energy shocked the body of the Saint World defying dragon, causing a strong explosion, and the huge dragon body of the Saint World defying dragon trembled as he endured great anger. The stuff in the hands of the old man is very important to the Saint World defying dragon. So when the Saint World defying dragon fled below the deep ground, feel the energy released by the fiery red beads and immediately squatted. What the H? E-L. L is that this is the weakness of the Saint World Defying Dragon. Xinxiang approached and immediately released the Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon through the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths, Scarlet Fire Divine. Dragon flies out like a snake, shot like a fire, and close to the old man's fiery red beads. The flaming red beads are not too big. One hand can catch, and when the Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon flies past, it is swallowed in one bite. What is this? The old man just felt a hot breath approaching. He reacted to the roasting. The bead was not in his hand, and he saw fire. The Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon was very fast. And immediately after entering the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths, Xinxiang also hattily controlled the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths to fly away, and the squatting away from the battlefield. The Saint World Defying Dragon in the air roared, and then entered the deep hole, also vanished from sight. Chasing! Violent Blade Clan Old Man looked at the direction in which Divine Mirror of 6 Paths disappeared, turned into a black shadow, quickly caught up, and others hastily chased. Obviously, the beads at Xinxiang's head were much more important than the Saint World Defying Dragons. The flaming red beads were held in the hands of Xinxiang. He looked at it carefully and couldn't see anything. Although he released a faint fiery red glow, he had a little breath and didn't feel hot. This bead is very important to the Saint World Defying Dragon. What is it? Xinxiang looked at Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang shook her head. She didn't know what it was. No matter. Wait until you see the Saint World Defying Dragon and give it to him. Now let's get rid of those guys. Xinxiang can see in the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths that the people behind are chasing very tight, and they are still behind. Attacking, playing a powerful energy. Divine Mirror of 6 Paths was blown up several times, so that it can keep flying at the fastest speed. The people chasing after him looked at this thing like a wheel, and suddenly felt familiar, as if they had heard of it. An old man suddenly from Soul River Ji. Oh, Declan said. I think of it. Yen Tsong said that Qin Shuang, who he chased, hid in this thing very fast. After Zhu Qingning heard it, his face changed. He Yen Tsong and my son are gone. Is it Qin Shuang, this little S-L-U-T? When everyone heard Zhu Qingning's words, their faces changed, especially the people of Soul River Geode clan, Hien Tsong. But their Soul River Geode clan was very important. This time their patriarch didn't come, but patriarch's son came. If something goes wrong, they have to bear the responsibility. When everyone heard Zhu Qingning's words, their faces changed, especially the people of Soul River Ji. Oh, D-Clan Hien Tsong, but their Soul River Ji. Oh, D-Clan was very important. This time their patriarch didn't come, but patriarch's son came. If something goes wrong, they have to bear the responsibility. They saw Divine Mirror of 6 Paths, and they will recognize it. Xinxiang said, If you know that you are doing it by Qin Shuang, would you have any big trouble? Not afraid. Qin Shuang indifferently said, I have been in trouble for a long time. This is more like me. I am also a troublesome thing. Xinxiang said with a smile, Qin Shuang is the granddaughter of Sun Old Ancestor. She knows a lot of things, especially some secrets about the big ethnic group. So she hates those big groups very much. Now I have killed 2 very famous genius sections, Hien Tsong and Zhu Haixian, which makes her very excited. Because if this thing is Pa-S set out, there will definitely be many people who praise her, because many people hate those very much. Large ethnic group. Heavenly ancient imperial family now knows you and me together. If you are exposed, I will also be exposed, Xinxiang said. What? Are you afraid? Qin Shuang looked with a contempt. What am I afraid of? Xinxiang snorted. Don't underestimate me, you know how strong I am, and I'm never afraid of causing trouble. Xinxiang just did not come to Myriad Dao for a long time, and made this kind of heaven-shaking, earth-shattering. Qin Shuang still admire. Qin Shuang looked at the front and frowned. No, the front seems to be a very dangerous place. Xinxiang saw everything in front of the room wall in the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths. It was an area burning with red flames. At first glance, the area covered by the red flame in front was boundless, like the endless sea of fire. This is the sea of fire, which is very dangerous. Qin Shuang's expression reveals the color of fear. Even where she is afraid, it must be very terrifying. How dangerous is it? There is a large group of expert chasing behind, and now they can only go forward. There is no other way to go. There is no powerful guy in the sea of fire. The only danger is that the temperature inside is very high. It is said that there is a flame that can easily melt the Crystal Emperor. Qin Shuang said, "This is what I heard from my grandfather. My grandfather talked about this place in the past. He used to come here and use the flame inside to refine the Crystal Emperor. Even Crystal Emperor can melt. It is really dangerous. But Shan Xiang has no choice but to enter the front of the sea of fire. It's blood of fire." Zhu Qingning was shocked. "We can't go in again. Otherwise there is only road to dead end. The flame inside is very strange. If the temperature rises, we can't run. They can only watch Divine Mirror of 6 Paths roll into the sea of fire. Don't worry, they are dead. Well, the crystal inside can melt the Crystal Emperor. Even if the wheel is made with Crystal Emperor, it won't last long and it will be damaged. Haitian is very likely to be killed by them." Zhu Qingning angrily said, "We have to go back and look at their lives if they are broken." Zhu Haitian can imagine that if he really determines that Zhu Haitian is dead, he doesn't know what to do. Soul River Ji. Oh, D-Clan's face is also ugly. They all know that he Yen Song and Zhu Haitian have many enemies, but there are few revenge, even if they are difficult to succeed. Although Zhu Haitian was previously cut off, at least people are still there, but now and possibly die. They never thought that someone would really kill Heaven's chosen child of these big ethnic groups. Heaven's chosen child in their ethnic group is very honorable. Even if they do something wrong, they don't allow others to take revenge, and they have been indulging. These Heaven's chosen child, they are very arrogant outside, depending on the life of others, like GRA, S and mustard, free to harvest. But now, they finally paid the price for the mistakes they made. Violent Blade Clan and Soul River G. Oh, D Clan lost a lot of money. They didn't win the Saint World Defying. The thing that lured the Saint World Defying Dragon was lost. If you kill 2 Heavens chosen child, they will be more painful. Xin Xiang controls Divine Mirror of 6 Paths into the blood of the Sea of Fire, constantly moving forward, and the speed is also very fast. They didn't chase in. Xin Xiang said, "Why didn't you see them?" "Because it is too dangerous. People who don't know anything about this place will not enter here." Qin Shuang said, "Their old fellows know this place very clearly, so they certainly won't come in." Qin Shuang's face was full of worry, even with a trace of fear. Although she was not afraid of death, she did not like this method of death. Is this place really so dangerous? Xin Xiang looked at the beautiful face of Qin Shuang and asked with a smile, "Really terrifying. I can use the power of flame and ice, but I can't resist the flame here." Qin Shuang said, "The flame here is very strange, and it will gradually increase the temperature from time to time and wait until people notice it. It's already late, just like boiling water to cook a frog." Shen Xiang has controlled the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths into the BL. Oh, Odie, why Sea of Fire far away from the first stage distance? But he did not feel any change in temperature. Although Shan Xiang has heard of terrifying here, he has nothing to worry about. After all, he has not seen the terrifying of the flame here. Well, I am going around a big circle and leaving this place. Shen Xiang controls Divine Mirror of 6 Paths to change direction. As long as they leave the blood of the Sea of Fire, don't appear in the incoming position, that's all right. Qin Shuang was relieved at this point. She knew that the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths was very fast, and it would not take long to leave the BL. Oh, Odie, why Fire of the Sea? However, just after Divine Mirror of 6 Paths changed direction, Shen Xiang and Qin Shuang both spontaneously sensed a heat transfer. After feeling the heat, Shen Xiang and Qin Shuang immediately felt a hot glow. The sting is getting into their body. Come on, the terrifying flame appeared. Qin Shuang's face changed. Don't worry, we will be able to go out soon. Shen Xiang comforted Qin Shuang, who controlled Divine Mirror of Six Paths to speed up, but found the Divine Mirror of Six Paths was slowly getting slower. No, Divine Mirror of Six Paths is damaged and it has begun to distort. Shen Xiang was frightened, and now he finally saw the terrifying of the BL. Oh, D, why Sea of Fire? Qin Shuang's most worrying thing happened. Her face became pale, and at this time she also sensed that the burning sting of the stalk was constantly strengthening. You are thinking of a way. I can't deal with this kind of flame. Qin Shuang shouted. The speed of Divine Mirror of Six Paths is steadily slowing down. If this continues, the entire Divine Mirror of Six Paths will be destroyed. Shen Xiang never thought that the divine tool made with 6 crystal emperors would have melted. Although the situation is very urgent, Shen Xiang has remained calm and is constantly thinking of ways. Shen Xiang hastily released a strong time power. Time power shrouded Divine Mirror of Six Paths, which changed the time of Divine Mirror of Six Paths, which slowed Divine Mirror of Six Paths. The deformation can support Divine Mirror of Six Paths to run out. However, what surprised him was that time domain was very smooth when used in Hidden Jade Villa, but it was difficult to work outside because the law of time on Myriad Dao was different. Would you like to finish? Shen Xiang took the red beads and took the Divine Mirror of Six Paths, little Shuang Shuang. Use your biggest strength to resist the flames here. That's all right at the main first stage. After Shen Xiang went out, let Feng Kuder ignite the fireproof formation in Divine Mirror of Six Paths. It's only a short time. Qin Shuang said, then released a cold SHI+ELD. The Divine Mirror of Six Paths was just morphed, but the interior was not damaged. He released the Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon through the Divine Mirror of Six Paths. He wanted to give it a try. Saint World Defying could fly to the sky, but the more he found above, the higher the temperature of the flame. The Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon can't afford it, and it can't fly into the air. Now he can only use the strength of Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon to resist the kind of blood-colored flame. The blood in the blood of the Sea of Fire is very terrifying. The temperature is constantly rising, as if there is no limit. Shen Xiang finally profoundly learned the terrifying of this flame. With a few protections, they can temporarily resist the invasion of blood. What's next? Qin Shuang asked. Wait. Shen Xiang clasped the red beads, which tempted the Saint World Defying Dragon, and he felt that the Saint World Defying Dragon would be able to withstand the flames here. A little bit passed, Qin Shuang's strength is also consumed, and Shen Xiang releases the Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon, urging the formation in Divine Mirror of Six Paths and quickly consuming his strength. Not long after, they sensed the burning sting. Suddenly, the earth shook and was split open. Only a dragon roar was heard, and a red dragon flew out from the ground. Come up! The Saint World Defying Dragon appeared. He burned a red flame on his body. It looked like the blood fire here, and he didn't know if he was related to this mysterious Sea of Fire. Shen Xiang and Qin Shuang hastily jumped on the back of the Saint World Defying Dragon, and the Saint World Defying Dragon shouted and flew into the air. On the back of the Saint World Defying Dragon, both Shen Xiang and Qin Shuang felt cool. Of course, the back of the Saint World Defying Dragon is still very hot, but compared to the Sea of Fire, it is very cool. You are so powerful, my dragons can't fly. Shen Xiang tried to get the Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon to fly, but it didn't work. You are not strong enough to resist this Sea of Fire now. Saint World Defying Dragon flew into the sky. Shen Xiang and Qin Shuang overlooked the Sea of Fire. They found that from the edge of the Sea of Fire there is a long way to go. The Saint World-defying dragon did not take them out, but continued to go deep into the sea of fire. What is this bead? Shen Xiang asked because the relations H-I plus P between Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon and Shen Xiang got the bead. The Saint World-defying dragon had no hostility to Shen Xiang. This is my life, said Saint World-defying. After Shen Xiang released his hand, the fiery red beads released a blood-colored flame, then fell onto a dragon's scales, plunged into the dragon's body, and entered the interior of the Saint World-defying dragon. How can such an important thing fall into the hands of those guys? Shen Xiang finally understands why the Saint World-defying dragon is being smashed, and the actual bead is his real life. Saint World-defying dragon, your strength is so strong. How can the souls of Soul River G, D Clan, and Violent Blade Clan take your life? Qin Shuang also felt incredible. When I was practicing, I needed to merge Violent World-defying Soul, so I let my life go to World-defying Soul River. Just hit the Violent Blade Clan guy. My life is very strong, but I still caught them. At that time, I killed them with a few yuan. Saint World-defying said, when life is far away from me for a period of time, I can't control it unless I return to me. When Saint World-defying dragon practice, it would be very dangerous to send such an important life to World-defying Soul River. No wonder those guys come in with such confidence. Shen Xiang said, they seem to have not sent the strongest expert. Yes, but they are still very confident, but a pity. Qin Shuang smiled, and they didn't count Shen Xiang to come here. Originally, Shen Xiang was too lazy to partake. 1. P8 in this matter, but he was suddenly informed that Ji Xingyuan was killed by Violent Blade Clan. In order to revenge, he had to revenge Violent Blade Clan at all costs. Plus, he was chased by He Yensong. So he also solved He Yensong, by the way. Saint World-defying dragon. Where did your Tao creation, Saint Crystal, come from? How do they know that you have Tao creation, Saint Crystal? Shen Xiang is very curious, and the Violent Blade Clan is only the life of the Saint World-defying dragon. They read some memories from my life. Saint World-defying said, my Tao creation, Saint Crystal, was found from this place, and it is still difficult to tame, in order to conquer that small piece of Tao creation. Saint Crystal, I almost got killed, so if you encounter it, be careful. Shen Xiang did not expect Tao creation Saint Crystal to be found from this BL. Odie, why Sea of Fire? The blood of the Sea of Fire is a huge treasure house, in which there are Tao creation Saint Stone and Tao creation Saint Crystal, and only this kind of thing can be preserved under this flame. Saint World-defying said, Tao creation the Saint Stone is also easy to conquer, but Tao creation Saint Crystal is hard. This kind of thing actually has to be conquered. Shen Xiang suddenly feels that it is very difficult to get Tao creation Saint Stone. Tao creation Saint Crystal has been conquered by me. Even if they can S-N-A-T-C-H it can't be used. Under my control, Tao creation Saint Crystal will burst and can kill them directly. Saint World-defying dragon said with a smile. Shen Xiang and Qin Shuang sat on the back of the dragon and looked at the red sea of fire below, blowing a gust of wind, and suddenly felt that the scenery inside the BL, DY Black Desert, was really unique. Saint World-defying dragon, where are you going to take us? Qin Shuang asked. She never thought she could ride the Saint World-defying dragon, which made her feel very satisfying. Blood Island, said the Saint World-defying dragon. It is an island of BL, DY Sea of Fire, which will not be burned by flames. There is still such a place in the blood of the Sea of Fire. Qin Shuang has never heard of it. After all, it is not easy to enter the depths of the Sea of Fire, unless it can fly like a Saint World-defying dragon, and not afraid blood is good. C3288 Big Family Bounty. C3288 Big Family Bounty. Shen Xiang and Qin Shuang followed the world-defying holy dragon to the Bloodwind Island. It was a very small island, surrounded by blood-red flames, and although there would be Ode, why winds blowing here from time to time, the island was extremely cool and refres. I plussing. Are you the only one on this island? Shen Xiang felt that this place was extremely desolate. Although the island was not very hot, but there were no plants here. Only I can come here. I've been here many years, the world-defying holy dragon said. When Shen Xiang was in Ao Long City, he had heard that world-defying holy dragon had been missing for a long time, but he did not expect to be hiding here. Then let's cultivate here for a period of time. Fierce Saber Race and the Soul River Divine Race will definitely search everywhere. Maybe we will very quickly find out some things from the Archaeopterygium. Shan Xiang knew that the matter regarding him and Qin Shuang in the Eternity Archaeopterygium would be exposed sooner or later. There was also the matter of him entering the Purple Yang Divine Palace. Shen Xiang had already succeeded in refining the myriad Tao Divine Soil pellet. He could rely on this pellet to strengthen his body and help him make an early breakthrough. Small Frost, you are now in the peak of the arrogant realm. You should be about to break through as well. Shen Xiang said, if you can break through, wouldn't you be an extremely young world-defying holy realm expert? Qin Shuang nodded. There are many young world-defying holy realm experts, but only a few. All the large clans have this kind of genius. Of course, the so-called youth was only the appearance of youth. Although they have all lived for a long time, they are all very important figures within a large clan that can step into the world-defying holy realm in a short period of time. Shan Xiang felt that it shouldn't be too difficult for Qin Shuang to break through. After all, she was the granddaughter of the Sun Ancestor. Hurry up and cultivate. If you can step into the middle stage of the world-defying realm, your strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Qin Shuang said, even if it's the genius warg. Oh, DS, it's still very difficult for them to defeat you in the same realm, unless you're not allowed to use 6 realms mirrors. Speaking of 6 realms mirrors, Shan Xiang took it out. Although it had been melted and deformed, but it was not injured, so it could still be used. It was just that it did not look smooth on the surface. I need to concoct some pills now. Shen Xiang took out his Tianchuang furnace. You actually know how to refine pills. When the world-defying holy dragon floating in the air saw this, it was slightly surprised. I'm a genius in this aspect. Shen Xiang laughed. You have pills to refine? Not really. I just didn't expect that you were actually an artificer. The world-defying holy dragon said, I also need to sleep for a period of time to let my life essence completely merge with my body. All right. Right now, this Bloodwind Island was extremely safe. If someone were to enter this place, there would definitely be a very powerful existence. At the very least, they would be able to tie with the world-defying holy dragon. Previously, Shen Xiang had only used the derivation method for the myriad Tao Divine Soil pill, but now he had enough time, so he wanted to try to use the collision method. Her Tianchuang furnace was made from Crystal Emperor, and it was very strong, so he felt that there shouldn't be any problems. After that, he was the same as before, refining pellets together with Feng Cure. When using the collision method, although Shen Xiang was able to handle it alone, it would still consume a lot of energy. Qin Shuang was also resting quietly at the side. She did not know that she needed to cultivate like this at the moment, and although she was just a step away from stepping into the world-defying holy realm, this step was extremely difficult. Shen Xiang and the others were cultivating inside the Bloodwind Island, while the other large cities on top of the Myriad Tao were in an uproar. This was because the Fierce Saber Race and the Soul River Divine Race had issued wanted posters that had never placed highest bounties before. They used 10 Crystal Emperor S to reward Qin Shuang, as well as a person who used a round disc divine tool. They didn't know that it was a 6 realms mirrors, and they also didn't have any information related to Shen Xiang, so they could only do this. When Soul River Divine Race and Fierce Saber Race returned, they found out that He Yensong's and Zhu Haishuan's life orbs had shattered, which meant that they were already dead. At first, when those people knew that Qin Shuang was present, some that it was Qin Shuang who did it, and also the mysterious person who was with Qin Shuang all this time. After the bounty was issued, the fierce saber race quickly found some clues, because even if they provided a useful clue, they would still be rewarded with a piece of myriad Tao divine soil crystal. As one of the 10 great fierce fighting DS of the fierce saber race, Zhu Qingning had brought his son along, but he did not actually manage to bring him back. He was the most furious one. Of course, he knew that his son had many enemies, but he had never known of any enemy who was so strong. Zhu Qingning was in a secret room, and the person he met was a young man whose face was filled with arrogance. When the man saw Zhu Qingning, the arrogance on his face suddenly disappeared. This man was Hong Qianyi, Archaeopterygium of the Archaeopterygium. He knew about the relations Hi+P between Xinxiang and Qin Shuang. Hong Qianyi told Zhu Qingning what he knew, but he did not say that Xinxiang and Qin Shuang were brought over by him to the myriad Tao. Otherwise, Zhu Qingning would definitely be furious, because if Hong Qianyi did not bring Xinxiang over, such a thing would not have happened. Possessing Violet Sun Sword and Sun Sword blood, and the myriad Tao divine soil who controls the Sun Ancestor, Xinxiang. After hearing Hong Qianyi's story, Zhu Qingning had already believed Hong Qianyi, because the 6 realms mirrors that Xinxiang used were very powerful and could only be refined by adding Crystal Emperor. He even suspected that this was something refined by the Sun Ancestor. All right, here is your reward. Zhu Qingning gave Hong Qianyi a piece of myriad Tao divine soil crystal. If you find anything, you can come back again. At that time, the same rewards will be given to you. After Hong Qianyi obtained a piece of myriad Tao divine soil crystal, he was extremely excited and immediately nodded his head before leaving the place. The Violet Sun sword has already appeared. It should be in Qin Shuang's hands. After Qin Shuang obtained the Violet Sun sword, her strength advanced by leaps and bounds. The things left behind by the Sun Ancestor are terrifying as expected. Zhu Qingning clenched his fist. They have already entered the blood, wind, fire, sea. If they have something from the Sun Ancestor, they might be able to survive. And Ji Dao had seen Qin Shuang before and knew that they were extremely close. Now that he saw the fierce saber race and soul river divine race giving such a bounty to Qin Shuang and the mysterious person beside her, he knew that Xinxiang and must have done something to cause such a commotion. After listening to Ji Dao's inquiry, he found out that He Yensong and Zhu Haixian were both dead and had died in the blood, wind, black desert. He also found out that Xinxiang and Qin Shuang were both forced into the blood, wind, fire, sea. But when Soul, River Divine Race, and Fierce Saber Race returned, they felt that they might still be alive, which was why they issued such a bounty. Ji Dao was in a hotel. He also had some injuries on his body. When he attacked Zhu Haixian, it was because of the strong world-defying sacred realm protection next to Zhu Haixian. So he could only succeed and could only break Zhu Haixian. Arm only. Ji Dao was in a hotel. He also had some injuries on his body. When he attacked Zhu Haixian, it was because of the strong world-defying sacred realm protection next to Zhu Haixian. So he could only succeed and could only break Zhu Haixian. Arm only, Xinxiang, this guy really succeeded by him. I thought that he actually went to that place. I hope he, Ji Dao naturally knows the sinisterness of the BLOYC of fire, and Ji Dao knows the relations. Hi+P between Xinxiang and Ji Xingyuan. Now that Zhu Haixian is dead, it can be said that Ji Dao has also reported that Ji Dao also sighed. Li Ba and Ma Jinhong were also on Myriad Dao. They saw the divine mirror of 6 paths on the rewards. They knew that it was Xinxiang. They had seen Xinxiang use this thing. After knowing that Qin Shuang owns the Purple Yang divine sword, Zhu Qingning has released a new reward order and joined Xinxiang's name and portrait. In a few days they were investigated by them. Li Ba took the reward order and shook his head and said, "It can be troublesome now. Robber King guys should know too. They will definitely go crazy to find big brothers." Ma Jinhong admired Xinxiang, although Violent Blade Clan and Soul River Jiao Clan have written about why Xinxiang is rewarded. But at first glance, I know that there is a great hatred in this. Of course, Robber King knows that this group of people has been asking about Xinxiang's news on Myriad Dao, but they have all the gains. But I think of the suddenly rewards in the Violent Blade Clan and Soul River D Clan to see Xiang's portrait. This guy was actually stared at by Violent Blade Clan and Soul River D Clan. He must not let him fall into the hands of these two groups. Otherwise the Crystal Emperor will be taken away. Robber King looked dignified, but when Shi Wuxiang entered the Purple Yang Temple, many of the Robber Clan people know, in other words, this event will certainly be known by Violent Blade Clan and Soul River D Clan. At all costs, go to Violent Blade Clan and Soul River D Clan to find out about Xinxiang's. Robber King took a big shot. I want to get all the news about Xinxiang. Their group of robber clans came out of Purple Yang Temple. Most of them follow Robber King. Because Robber King has strength, they have been away from Myriad Dao for tens of thousands of years. At this time, there will be many new forces here. If they don't unite together, they will definitely be bullied. I don't know who came out of Weinan. After Xinxiang owns the Purple Yang Divine Sword, she entered the Purple Yang Temple and got more than a dozen sons from the old ancestor. With so many Crystal Emperors, everyone is imagining that everyone is skeptical that Violent Blade Clan and Soul River D Clan want to swallow these Crystal Emperors, so there's a reason for the reward. For the big group of Violent Blade Clan, Crystal Emperor is still very scarce. Just when everyone doubted the purpose of Violent Blade Clan and Soul River D Clan, he learned that He Yensong and Zhu Haixin were dead, and that Xinxiang and Qin Shuang were killed. Now everyone understands why there is such a reward. Everyone knows the strengths of He Yensong and Zhu Haixin. It is definitely a rare genius, Warji. But it is still being killed. They are in trouble, and Ji Dao was paying attention to this matter these days. He was also very surprised. Xinxiang actually entered the Purple Yang Temple in legend and got more than 10 Crystal Emperors in it. The same is true of Violent Blade Clan and Soul River D Clan. Now they understand that He Yensong and Zhu Haixin have provoked a bad guy. It's no wonder that they will be killed. What surprised them most is that Xinxiang is just a human being, not like they have a bloodline heritage. Bloodwind Island here is very desolate, the other is very good, very quiet and safe. Xinxiang has refined 10 pieces of collided Myriad Dao Divine Soil Dan. Now I started eating. I don't know if these 10 tablets are enough. After Xinxiang took a meal, he felt that the drug was very violent, and immediately cultivation technique to refining. The effect is very overbearing, Xinxiang laughed, quickly controlling the force to walk around the body, leaving his body in a state of being wrapped by Myriad Dao Divine Soil energy. His fleshly body is constantly increasing, and the speed is extremely fast. But he is not happy because he feels that his body is like a bottomless pit, and he needs to absorb a lot of this energy to break through. Generally, if you want to get a level from the violent world defying realm breakthrough, the time required is very long, and it takes 100 years to get the fastest. But this is a slogan for Xinxiang. He doesn't know. Some people want to break through, and it takes thousands of years to spend a lot of time. At this stage, Ben is fading away from the rock and the fairy cone. Xinxiang has been Rus. Plus ing to the poor glutinous rice, mainly thanks to his heavenly defying alchemy technique, which always produces a Dan that allows him to break through quickly. Look at the ridiculous. Xiang 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 xiang. Next, Yanxiang is in the alchemy of Hidden Jade Villa. Big brother Xin! Jiang Silly suddenly shouted Xinxiang, and Jiang Sihua was next to him. Xinxiang opened her eyes and looked at this cute and pretty girl, said with a smile, "What's the matter? Big Brother Shin, Lily can only condense violent power Dan, and I am violent transformation divine pill. You don't seem to need this kind of Dan now, said Jiang Sihua. Although Jiang Sihua is also a girl, but looks spring. Yes, but you don't have to worry, you're still my little sister, Shin Xiang said with a smile. Si Jing and my Mai are also bored here, and it is good to have them with you. Jiang Silly shook his head and said in a light and delicate voice, in fact, we can evolve. You need to refine what Dan, just give us some food. We can also condense that kind of Dan. Both Jiang Sijing and Jiang Samai were surprised that they had been with the two little girls for a long time, but they didn't know about it. They saw Shen Xiang's non-alchemy and they remembered it. If there are these two girls' pill spirit to help, it will be much faster. How much do you need to eat? Shen Xiang took out a piece of his refining method and derivative method to refine his love. It should be enough to eat 100 capsules. Jiang Sihua took a meal, thought about it, said, 100, this should not be asked. Then you too are 200. Shen Xiang thought, although it takes a lot of time to refine, but as long as the two girls' pill spirit evolve. After he wouldn't care about this myriad Tao divine soil. Jiang Samai happily said with a smile, 100 capsules is enough. In a sense, Li Li and Hua Hua are twins. They are born through your blood. As long as one of them has evolved successfully, then the two of them practice the twin technique. That's all right together. Twin resonance technique. But Shen Xiang feels the most mystical, rare technique. If Jiang Sihua succeeded in evolution, and then she worked with Jiang Silly to practice the twin rare technique, Jiang Silly could also evolve successfully, which would allow Shen Xiang to refine 100 myriad Tao. Divine soil, Dan, it's hard to know the process of alchemy. Twin resonance technique, but Shen Xiang feels the most mystical rare technique. If Jiang Sihua succeeded in evolution, and then she worked with Jiang Silly to practice the twin rare technique, Jiang Silly could also evolve successfully, which would allow Shen Xiang to refine 100 myriad Tao. Divine soil, Dan, it's hard to know the process of alchemy. Okay, that's it. Shen Xiang used time domain to cover herself, just using first level time domain. He needed to refine myriad Tao divine soil Dan because of the use of collision and derivative, two kinds of Danshu refining. The two pill spirits are so powerful. I also plan to refine the pill spirit of myriad Tao divine soil Dan, and I'm very happy with it. Shen Xiang was very happy at this time. After the evolution of Jiang Sihua and Jiang Silly, they can condense myriad Tao divine soil Dan every day, and if necessary, they can also condense violent transformation divine pill and violent power Dan. You should have asked W.A. and Ji Dao about pill spirit last time. You don't seem to know enough about pill spirit, Feng Kuter said. Yu Iran said that pill spirit can also have a very strong combat power, that's for sure. If Lily eats 100 myriad Tao divine soil Dan, can it be strong? Shen Xiang said with a smile, they pill spirit must have their own set of cultivation methods. 100 myriad Tao divine soil Dan, how long will it take for you to refine? Feng Kur asked. The last time I refining 10, it took more than 3 months. It should be completed in more than 30 months, said Shen Xiang in his time domain. More than 30 months outside. 30 days. When Shen Xiang refining, it took 35 months. A total of more than 120 tablets. Mainly tired and boring. He slowed down during the refining, not letting himself have so much pressure. When he was refining, Jiang Sihua also entered time domain. Jiang Sihua ate it while he was refining, so that after he had just refining, Jiang Sihua almost evolved. Well, I have evolved. Jiang Sihua ate after eating 120 tablets. How long has it evolved? She said 100 tablets before, but when she ate 100 tablets, she had an evolution. So Shen Xiang can only continue to refine until she evolves. Shen Xiang immediately withdrew time domain, then let Jiang Silly and Jiang Sihua together practice the twin rare technique. Let them both in time domain, so Shen Xiang just waited for a day. They succeeded. Now I am much more relaxed. Shen Xiang looked at the two girls' pill spirit after the evolution. Although they looked at the changes, they were able to sense that their fleshly body was strong. Xin Xiang pinched their sweet face with 2 hands, happily said with a smile, "You are carefully see the brothel, the media, the doctor, and maybe you can help me." "Big brother Xin, we will fight," said Jiang Sili. "We can continue to evolve. As long as you give us enough dans, all right." Xin Xiang nodded, said with a smile, "I will learn a new dan in the future, and I will cook more for you." Pill Spirit is a powerful and magical presence. Myriad Tao Divine Soil is made from many myriad Tao Divine Soils, but Jiang Sihua and Jiang Sili can now absorb the energy directly from myriad Tao Divine Soil Dan. They don't know why they are so amazing. In short, they just can do this kind of thing. It's just 3 hours, Xin Xiang couldn't believe. Jiang Sili and Jiang Sihua, while doing other things, did not affect their condensed myriad Tao Divine Soil Dan. Xin Xiang looked at the 2 myriad Tao Divine Soil Dan, could not help but marvel because of the quality of this myriad Tao Divine Soil Dan, and he used the collision derivative method to refine the scrophuli. At 3 o'clock, they each condensed 1. That is 2, and Xin Xiang had to refine 1 before it took almost 10 days. "It's 2 treasures," Xin Xiang in the hidden jade villa, caressing the beautiful face of the girl Pill Spirit. Next, Xin Xiang continued to eat myriad Tao Divine Soil, and when he practiced, he entered the time domain because it could not absorb the unique, violent world-defying power on myriad Tao. Jiang Sili and Jiang Sihua can condense 8 myriad Tao Divine Soil Dawn in 1 day, which keeps Xin Xiang free of alchemy's exhaustion. Qin Shuang practiced for more than a month, then walked around all around. Watching her look, her progress did not seem very smooth. "You guy, don't you use alchemy?" Qin Shuang this month. She will pay attention to Xin Xiang from time to time. She can always see Xin Xiang eating the high-quality myriad Tao Divine Soil Dan, but she does not see Xin Xiang. System. Of course I don't have to refine. Xin Xiang laughed. "I am a genius alchemist." Qin Shuang observed Xin Xiang for 2 days. The more he saw it, the more surprised he was. Xin Xiang really didn't need alchemy. He took out 2 myriad Tao Divine Soil Dawn every 3 hours. "Do you have the old hen of Xiadan?" Qin Shuang exclaimed. "Almost, but not the old hen, but 2 very pretty little girls," Xin Xiang happily said with a smile. "Pill Spirit, you made Pill Spirit, but it's impossible. Myriad Tao Divine Soil Dan should be violent world defying pill in high grade. You can't refine this level of Pill Spirit now." Qin Shuang still knows a little about these. "I made the previous Pill Spirit evolve. Of course, I can't refine the amount of simmering stalks." Xin Xiang just succeeded in refining a Pill Spirit, violent power Dan's Pill Spirit. That is Jiang Sili in Hidden Jade Villa. The longer Qin Shuang and Xin Xiang together, the more she felt Xin Xiang terrifying. She had eaten my Ziyang Tao Divine Soil Dan, which Xin Xiang used to make a collision. The quality has certain effects on her, Xin Xiang also said. That is very difficult to refine, but every 3 hours now. Xin Xiang has 2 such dawn, and she doesn't need refining at all. This makes her open her eyes. This kind of thing she even heard and heard. Now she really understands the terrifying of Alchemist. She also understands that after the enmity with Alchemist, she must kill the other party at all costs. Otherwise the other party will take revenge sooner or later. "How are you doing now?" Qin Shuang asked. "Can't you condense the second violent world-defying soul?" "Not yet. My fleshly body is not strong enough. I don't know what's going on. My body is like a bottomless pit. I ate a lot of myriad Tao Divine Soil Dan, although I am a little bit stronger, but I feel I can't always make my fleshly body strong to the limit." Xin Xiang frowned. "There is a dragon in your body." "This is normal," Qin Shuang said. "The dragon is also absorbing the power of your myriad Tao Divine Soil Dan, but you're integrated with that dragon, so you have found that they were all eaten by the dragon." Qin Shuang is full of face, practicing world-defying divine beast, but many people dream of things. Xin Xiang thinks that it will be absorbed by world-defying divine beast, because he used to have this situation. Now, when he hears Qin Shuang, he doubts that he hastily explored divine sea world. inside the sixth world defying divine beast. Shen Xiang thinks that it will be absorbed by world defying divine beast because he used to have this situation. Now, when he hears Qin Shuang, he doubts that he hastily explored divine sea world. Inside the sixth world defying divine beast, after the investigation, he did find that the world defying divine beast has a lot of unique energy of myriad Tao divine soil dan, although they have already refining. Shen Xiang can distinguish the residual breath. Sure enough, these guys, but why didn't they absorb it before? Shen Xiang felt a bit strange. When he was practicing, he found that these world defying divine beast absorbed his potency. Feng Kuter said, it may be that they were very strong before, and they felt that they didn't need to improve for the time being. Now they are squatting. They feel that their strength is not strong enough. So they start to strengthen themselves. Anyway, they are all part of you is your strength. Also, the powerful words of world defying divine beast are also equivalent to elevating part of my strength, and I am thinking about it. Shen Xiang now only needs to spend more time to cultivate. Myriad Tao divine soil dan does not he missing, because there are two young girls, Jiang Sili and Jiang Sihua, pill spirit for him. Qin Shuang strolled around the island. The saint world defying dragon slept in a place, slept very badly, and couldn't wake him up even if it was so big. Shen Xiang continued to eat myriad Tao divine soil. He only allowed the fleshly body is strong enough to condense violent world defying soul. Now only Qin Shuang is very leisurely because she is now at the bottleneck and she doesn't know how to break through. Shen Xiang is practicing seriously. She can't bother Shen Xiang. She can only walk on the island alone. Although Shen Xiang is practicing, he can always pay attention to all around. He saw Qin Shuang strolling around, said with a smile, "What baby are you finding on the island?" Although this is the lair of Saint World defying dragon, I have found everything. Qin Shuang shook his head and said, "You are serious about cultivating you." "I have been practicing very seriously," Shen Xiang snorted. "It's you, it's like doing things, going everywhere. I am the way. I am now reaching the bottleneck, not to break through." Qin Shuang is helpless. Shen Xiang also has arrived at her realm. She cannot discuss anything with Shen Xiang. "What have you encountered?" "Maybe I can help you solve it," Shen Xiang asked. "If I can help you solve it, maybe I will encounter the same question later. I can easily get it." Shen Xiang knows that Qin Shuang is going to step into world-defying sacred realm. It's normal to ask questions. My question is hard to say, after all. I have just stepped into the peak of violent world-defying realm. I have been breaking through to the peak from the violent world-defying realm middle stage. Now I want to hit world-defying sacred realm. There is a lot of difficulty, and the time between them is really too short, Qin Shuang said. So this is a normal thing. It's not too late to say it for more than 100 years. Shen Xiang shook his head and said, "I used to practice all the way, and the time spent was much shorter than others. Some people said that the breakdown would be too fast, but I have encountered it. I can cultivate so fast, all through the pillars. Many realm in most people's eyes, it takes thousands of years to break through, and I quickly broke through by eating pills." Shen Xiang is telling the truth, and he will soon be able to prove it to Qin Shuang. "That's you." Qin Shuang didn't know what to say. Now she has seen Shen Xiang's myriad Tao divine soil dan. If Shen Xiang is eating myriad Tao divine soil dan, it will definitely break through. And it won't take long to reach the peak of violent world-defying realm, which means that it takes more time than the so-called genius disciples in the big ethnic group. "Little Shuang Shuang, let me know what you have encountered," said Shen Xiang happily said with a smile. "Don't be embarrassed." Said. Qin Shuang lightly snorted said, "To step into world-defying sacred realm, you need to turn all 4 violent world-defying battle souls in my body into saint world-defying. The process of transformation is not easy. Isn't it good to eat pills?" Shen Xiang asked. "No, because if you want to improve the Mad War, you need to constantly find the right violent world-defying soul from world-defying soul river, which is a very long process," Qin Shuang sighed. Xiang frowned and nodded. No hurry, wait for us to go to W. A.N. Ji Dao, this guy should know how to solve this question. Last time W. A.N. Ji Dao said that violent world defying soul can be refining. He just told Xiang the direction. Specifically, he also said that he needs to comprehend himself. Actually, I am not in a hurry. I have experienced world-defying sacred realm before. I know that this stage is very difficult. You need to use a period of time. You also know Zhu Haixian and He Yensong. It's just the violent world-defying realm middle stage. And it's been a long time, especially He Yensong, who is Soul River D-Clan himself. But staying at this stage for so long, Xiang understands the meaning of Qin Shuang. This stage takes a long time to break through. It is anxious after the next rush. Qin Shuang does not practice. She is here to study the kind of blood fire, and the blood is very powerful, can melt the crystal emperor. The island is in the middle of the blood of fire, a little bit of everything. Yes, after a few months, Xiang felt that his body had improved a lot before he felt that he was almost there. He could go to world-defying soul river to find the right violent world-defying soul. At this time, he was still effective in eating violent transformation divine pill, and this violent transformation divine pill is still of super high quality. Jiang Sili and Jiang Sihua can consolidate. After they evolved, they will concise the lower rank of Dan. Fast, and the quality will be higher. Xiang ate the next violent transformation divine pill, and his spirit quickly broke through the world-defying soul river, screaming and looking for violent world-defying soul. Qin Shuang also knows that Xiang is about to start integrating violent world-defying soul. She said, if your fleshly body is stronger, the spirit of release will be stronger. This powerful spirit can attract the powerful violent world-defying soul. So we all mad war D are practicing fleshly body to peak before they start to merge with violent world-defying battle soul. The violent world-defying battle soul is harder to find than the regular violent world-defying soul. So the break of word D is very slow, but it is very powerful. Xiang now only wants to find the violent world-defying soul that he is satisfied with, and then step into the violent world-defying realm middle stage. I have had experience with the integration of violent world-defying soul. So Xiang has been ready to look for violent world-defying soul for a long time. So he has two girls, pale spirit, start to condense violent transformation divine pill. However, just after he made this preparation, he suddenly sensed that the strong violent world-defying soul was Russ. Plussing toward him. It was just a small light group, but with a strong dragon power. Xiang is sure that it is the violent world-defying soul related to the dragon. Chapter 3292, Kuang Long Kuang Jian. Chapter 3292. Kuang Long Kuang Jian Xiang only sensed the aura and decided to fuse with the world-defying berserk soul. After the ball of light came over, he anxiously released his strongest energy to wrap the ball of light, causing Xiang to be fully prepared. Previously, after consuming so many myriad Tao divine soil pills, his strong physique was able to release his strong spirit, so he was able to quickly trap the ball of light. What kind of world-defying berserk soul is this? After Xiang's consciousness enveloped the ball of light, he saw a faint shadow of a dragon inside. He had never heard of the berserk battle soul of a dragon. This kind of dragon world-defying berserk soul should be very strong. I've never heard of it before. Xiang was shocked. The world-defying holy dragon had this kind of world-defying berserk soul. He never thought that it would be such a coincidence that he would be able to encounter such a powerful world-defying berserk soul in such a short amount of time. After Xiang used his mind to wrap that ball of light up, he anxiously brought it back to him. As long as he could get it into his spirit sea, that world-defying berserk soul would be his, and if he had enough time, he would be able to fuse it sooner or later. Not long after, the struggling world-defying berserk soul was successfully dragged into the spirit sea by him, and Xiang immediately used his strongest energy to fuse with this world-defying berserk soul. Under Xiang's suppression, this mysterious world-defying berserk soul gradually became docile, and was finally successfully merged by Xinxiang. After Xinxiang succeeded in fusing them, when he felt the strong power this world-defying berserk soul brought fill his entire body, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. I really didn't expect it to go so smoothly. My luck really isn't bad. Xinxiang laughed. Did I succeed? Qin Shuang looked at Xinxiang, slightly unable to believe it, because Xinxiang had only just started not too long ago. Furthermore, he had only eaten a single huaquandan, yet he had already found a satisfied world-defying berserk soul and dragged it back to fuse with it. Of course, right now I'm in the middle stages of the world-defying berserk realm. Xinxiang laughed proudly. You aren't going to fuse with the madness soul of the first level of Aos. H.I. plus Soul River, are you? Because W.A.N. Ji Dao had previously said that world-defying berserk soul could strengthen during the later stages of the game. She suspected that in order to break through, Xinxiang had used the weakest world-defying berserk soul to fuse with them. No, I found it on the 3rd floor, and it's quite amazing. It's a dragon. Xinxiang stuck out his tongue. The dragon world-defying berserk soul on the 3rd floor shouldn't be weak, right? When Qin Shuang heard this, she opened her XY lips slightly, and was so shocked that she couldn't even speak. A surge of jealousy welled up from the bottom of her heart, because how could it be so easy for Xinxiang to fuse with such a powerful world-defying berserk soul? Small Frost, what's wrong? Xinxiang saw that Qin Shuang was frowning, and her face was filled with hidden bitterness. The world-defying berserk soul you have fused with is actually very strong. That is an existence that belongs to the top of the berserker souls, commonly known as the arrogant berserk dragon soul. Qin Shuang said with a serious face, usually only Aos. H.I. plus Soul River in the 4th floor will be able to find this kind of everlasting stone, but it's extremely rare and already close to the level of legends. Qin Shuang looked at the gigantic world-defying holy dragon that was coiled on the ground and said softly, This guy is so powerful, it's precisely because he's born with the world's berserk dragon soul. I don't understand world-defying berserk soul at all. Teacher will tell you, I have never used the first world-defying berserk soul I fused with before. You have all fused with the world-defying berserk soul, so you should use it frequently during battles, right? Xinxiang asked. D-A-M-N-U. The world-defying berserk soul are very strong. They can give you very strong powers. But you actually do not use them. It's truly a waste. Qin Shuang really did not expect Xinxiang to be such a weirdo. The reason why my power of the cold energy is so great is because I possess the berserk battle spirit of the profound Bing, and subsequently fused with the berserk battle spirit related to fire, thus allowing me to fuse the two into one. Oh right, what's your first world-defying berserk soul? Qin Shuang was rather curious about Xinxiang's world-defying berserk soul. Did you find it on the 3rd floor, Aos? H.I. plus Soul River? Of course, I've been looking for a long time. Xinxiang said, My first world-defying berserk soul is a sword. I do not know how to use it. When I fight, I want to activate it, but I cannot succeed. What? It's actually a sword. Qin Shuang was stunned yet again. Xinxiang's world-defying berserk soul had surprised her yet again. Yes, it's a small sword. I don't know how to use it, do you? Seeing Qin Shuang's surprised expression, Xinxiang knew that the world-defying berserk soul was definitely not simple, and quickly asked, You really are wasting such a precious resource. Qin Shuang shouted in a depressed manner. Don't tell me you don't know that sword world-defying berserk soul is a type of berserk battle spirit? Both the divine tools and the divine beasts are awesome world berserk soul. Xinxiang shook his head. He was also shocked that he did not know. Then how do I use it? I can't use it at all. Xinxiang curled his lips. What's the use? I really don't know how you managed to survive until now. You don't need to use such a good item. Qin Shuang was very speechless, did you know? It is rare to see Berserk Dragon Soul among the awesome world Berserk Soul, and it is legendary for it to be seen. But it is also true for Berserk Sword Souls, but they are a little more numerous than in Berserk Dragon Soul. If it was the awesome world Berserk Soul that many people dream of, and now that you possess these two powerful, awesome world Berserk Soul, you actually do not know how to use them. Xinxiang scratched his head and laughed dryly. Also, no one has told me before. How would I know? Qin Shuang now believed that Xinxiang had only cultivated by relying on medicinal pellets the entire way, and had not been guided by any senior at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so ignorant. All right, you should understand by now, right? Qin Shuang scoffed. I'll teach you how to use these berserk fighting souls right now. Xinxiang hurriedly nodded. The first is the arrogant mad sword soul. This is the Arisile S mad battle soul among all mad battle souls. It is the most powerful one and also the rarest. You need to have a sword and also have this sword placed in the spirit sea for a long period of time. You need to use the Berserk Sword Spirit to refine this sword and fuse the Berserk Sword Spirit into the sword. So that's how it is. Xinxiang understood. The Berserk Sword Soul is only a soul body. It requires a body to be able to be used. This kind of Berserk Battle Soul has its own intelligence. If he sees that your sword is very strong, he would be happy to refine it and easily absorb it into your sword. Qin Shuang said, It seems that I've wasted a lot of time. Otherwise, I would have refined it by now. Xinxiang summoned her 9 heavens divine sword. His 9 heavens divine sword was very strong. That's right. Qin Shuang really wanted to attack Xinxiang, to think that she had wasted the raging sword soul for such a long time. Where's the Berserk Dragon Soul? Xinxiang asked. Berserk Dragon Soul is even easier. Don't you have a Pride Azure Dragon? Just merge with the Pride Azure Dragon. Qin Shuang said, Oh, right. How did your Pride Azure Dragon become a fire dragon? Xinxiang's Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon looks like a slap in the face. Because of the wings, the dragon scales are thick, the claws are also large, and they look like the suffocating edge. Just because of the cultivation base of Xinxiang. Not enough. If Xinxiang's cultivation base goes up, he releases a... Xinxiang's Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon looks like a slap in the face. Because of the wings, the dragon scales are thick, the claws are also large, and they look like the suffocating edge. Just because of the cultivation base of Xinxiang. Not enough. If Xinxiang's cultivation base goes up, he releases a... I have had an adventure before and got a mysterious thing that would make my world-defying azure dragon a Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon, said Xinxiang. In short, the release of Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon is a huge drain on me. Also, after all, the thing is very strong. Qin Shuang recalled Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon, still feeling shocked. I will try to see if I can incorporate the Mad Sword Soul into my sword, Xinxiang said. I want to enter Time Domain. It will be faster. Qin Shuang nodded. If you use it successfully, your strength will definitely be stronger. Xinxiang entered Hidden Jade Villa, then released Time Domain to cover him, began to follow Qin Shuang's work, and released the strength with the Mad Sword Soul to sacrifice 9 firmaments, divine sword. Soon after, Xinxiang's Mad Sword Soul, after seeing 9 firmaments divine sword, felt very excited, like a little elf, jubilant around 9 firmaments divine sword, while absorbing Xinxiang's Civ Violent World defying power, then releases a unique energy that is poured into the 9 firmaments divine sword. The time required for the ritual is very long. Only after the successful ritual, the Mad Sword Soul can be integrated into the 9 firmaments divine sword. When Xinxiang uses 9 firmaments divine sword, it will become stronger. During the ritual, it took Xinxiang a few years to complete, but fortunately he used second, level Time Domain, which saved a lot of time and only 2 or 3 days outside. Successful! Qin Shuang saw Xinxiang so fast, some accidents, although she already knew that Xinxiang used time power. Yes, Xinxiang held 9 firmaments divine sword in his hand, said with a smile, "Yes, feel something changed." Qin Shuang had previously fought with Xinxiang. She shook her head. "What do you feel, whether you really succeeded? No, you still release the strength." "Yes." Xinxiang took a deep breath and then ran the violent fire sword technique. I saw 9 firmaments divine sword tremble, a violent spurt of turmoil, a hot gas burst, and Qin Shuang was in a hurry. "Retreat, powerful." Qin Shuang was shocked. "Enough! Don't bother with the Saint World defying dragon." Xinxiang hastened his efforts. He is what it feels like from the look of Qin Shuang, knowing that this crazy soul is integrated into 9 firmaments divine sword. Let him use the sword technique to become more powerful. The next step is to take a look at each other. Xinxiang thought it was not too difficult. Now he discovers that violent world, defying dragon spirit, has entered the world defying dragon body and is blending with world defying azure dragon. This is just time to ask. You will still be low-key in the future. Don't be so easy to fight. Don't expose your own strength. Qin Shuang said, "Your crazy soul and crazy dragon spirit will be shocking if they're exposed, and it is easy to be those." Old fellow sees. "I know, I am just alchemy. What is fighting is just my sideline," Xinxiang happily said with a smile. "In fact, I am better at using other means." Qin Shuang now only hopes that Xinxiang can get stronger soon, so she won't have much pressure. "We have to wait for Saint World defying to wake up before we can leave this place," Qin Shuang said. "We can't leave here at all." "Not necessarily," Xinxiang said with a smile. "I released World defying Azure Dragon, and I can fly out." "That won't work either. Your World defying Azure Dragon is as powerful as the Saint World defying dragon. If you encounter a sudden situation, it will be a problem," Qin Shuang said. "You look at your divine mirror of 6 paths, and you are the blood inside is burning and deforming." Xinxiang took out the divine mirror of 6 paths and looked at it. "These flames are really evil." In fact, Xinxiang wants to go inside and look for Tao Creation Saint Stone. Tao Creation Saint Stone is not afraid of the flame here, but he has enough strength. Your grandfather is the Sun Old Ancestor. He must have a way to resist the flames here. "Did he tell you?" Xinxiang asked. "This told me, but there is a place where there should be something like how to resist the cheats of the flames here." Qin Shuang shook his head. "I just heard him say that he entered here and used the flames here. Refining Crystal Emperor, where there are hidden cheats. Let's go," said Xinxiang. "The BLODYC of Fire has Tao Creation Saint Stone and Tao Creation Saint Crystal. We have to find it here if our divine tool joins a little Tao Creation Saint Stone. That's cool. Cheats are in Purple Yang Temple." "It's not a good time to go to Purple Yang Temple now." Qin Shuang shook his head. "Purple Yang Temple is in Heavenly Ancient Primal World, and you can't go now." "Who said that? I can't go. I don't have 2 violent world-defying battle souls, and I have world-defying divine beast. I can go back," Xinxiang recalled. Qin Shuang said that he can't go back now. That is because his strength is not enough. Qin Shuang was only the violent world-defying realm middle stage. She also has 2 violent world-defying battle souls, but she can return to Heavenly Ancient Primal World from here. "You can try." Qin Shuang also wants to find Tao Creation Saint Stone, so she can only go back to Heavenly Ancient Primal World. And she also wants to see Purple Yang Temple. She has been back for a long time. They have to wait for Saint World defying to wake up and don't know when to wait. So Xinxiang enters Time Domain and blends Mad Dragon Spirit with World defying Azure Dragon. Let him think that after the Mad Dragon Spirit merged with World defying Azure Dragon, it entered a roaring hiss that broke out with heaven shaking. It was also because of this roaring hiss that the sleeping Saint World defying dragon was awakened. Wake up and sneak into the Benzakina Reef, and then use the sound like a lightning-like sound. "Xinxiang, are you letting World defying Azure Dragon blend with the crazy dragon spirit?" "Yes, you know that," Xinxiang said, swearing at the sudden squabbling of the parrots. "I can feel it. The world-defying Azure Dragon in your body looks at you. I hope you can control it in the future," said Saint World Defying. "Otherwise, you will be very dangerous." "What does this mean?" Xinxiang said, jumping. If your body's world-defying azure dragon is much stronger than you, you can continue to grow and grow. If your strength is far beyond you, then you will probably get rid of your control, said Saint World-defying. You also don't worry too much, as long as you don't ask anything. The strength between you and world-defying azure dragon will not be much different. Xin Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. But this kind of thing happened before. How many world-defying divine beasts I met. How to get rid of their masters, said the Saint World-defying dragon, which made Xin Xiang worry. He thought Saint World-defying dragon is scaring him. Think of something like this happening. Saint World-defying Long actually knows a lot of world-defying divine beast, which makes Xin Xiang wonder if there is a lot of world-defying divine beast on top of Myriad Dao. Saint World-defying Long actually knows a lot of world-defying divine beast, which makes Xin Xiang wonder if there's a lot of world-defying divine beast on top of Myriad Dao. Saint World-defying, you have a master before, said Xin Xiang said with a smile. He was just asking at random, but the answer from Saint World-defying dragon surprised him. Yes, said Saint World-defying, but I am not getting rid of his independence, but because he is dead. He let me out before he died. Let me escape the dangerous place. I can have it now. Strong strength is given by him. Even if I am much stronger than him, I will not be separated. The Saint World-defying dragon has a master and is still very strong. On top of Myriad Dao isn't Soul River God clan the strongest, but now it looks like a slap in the face. Xin Xiang killed He Yensong before, and he also saw Soul River God clan. Old man, although it is very strong but cannot take the Saint World-defying dragon, Soul River D-Clan and Violent Blade Clan are strong, and the guys on the World-defying Soul River are the strongest, but they are rarely Imbara. Said Saint World-defying. Unless they're very big things, they will be in person, and the Soul River D-Clan and the Violent Blade Clan on the ground are also very strong, but they are very arrogant, said Xin Xiang. They are not arrogant. They think they can deal with me when they get my life. But I think you will appear, said Saint World-defying. If Shen Xiang grabbed him from Violent Blade Clan, Life Yuan, he still doesn't know how to take the squat. In short, Myriad Dao is very big, experts as common as the clouds. You need to be more careful in the future. When you have enough strength, you have to hide your cultivation. Saint World-defying dragon said, there are not many world-defying divine beasts that can be cultivated, so they are very Imbara. Said, and even afraid of such people, and they all feel that they can NATCH someone else's world-defying divine beast. Xin Xiang has a deep understanding of this. He had encountered such a thing before divine wilderness. Fortunately, he had enough strength to keep his world-defying azure dragon. Send us out, Xin Xiang said. We still have some important things to do. Xin Xiang wants to return to heavenly ancient primal world with Qin Shuang and go to Purple Yang Temple to find a cheat to resist blood fire. If they can successfully resist the blood fire here, they can walk through the blood of fire at sea. Looking for Dao creation, Saint Stone Xin Xiang and Qin Shuang jump to the back of the Saint World-defying dragon and let the Saint World-defying dragon send them out. Close to the edge of the blood of the sea of fire, Saint World-defying dragon said, there are a lot of people outside Violent Blade Clan and Soul River D-Clan, I can't send you outside directly, or you think about it, temporarily don't go out. They should think we are dead. Why are they still outside? Xin Xiang couldn't understand. It must be that they know your business. I think you are so dead, Qin Shuang said. Give me a go-out, things. Xin Xiang is anxious to return to Purple Yang Temple with Qin Shuang. The Saint World-defying dragon plunges deep into the ground. Although there are intricate sages below the deep ground, it is full of blood-colored flames. The temperature is still very high, and only the Saint World-defying dragon releases through the deep below the sage, Saint World-defying dragon sent Xin Xiang and Qin Shuang to a deep hole outside the BLODY sea of fire. It was very quiet all around, and he was relieved to let Xin Xiang and Qin Shuang is gone. It's not easy to calculate. Xin Xiang looked at the black desert all around, and the wind-colored winds that appeared from time to time. then took out the divine mirror of 6 paths and entered divine mirror of 6 paths to control divine mirror of 6 paths. How do you get back to heavenly ancient primal world? Xinxiang asked. On this myriad Tao, the teleportation formation, built with the sun old ancestor, can be returned through these teleportation formations, Qin Shuang said. At that time, just need to provide some energy to start teleportation formation, so no one can go to heavenly ancient primal world, Xinxiang frowned. Yes, but you don't have to worry, they will use it even if they go back. Although many guys know that divine soil Forbidden Land has a lot of myriad Tao divine soil crystal, but many people have dared to go, Qin Shuang said with a sneer. Divine soil Forbidden Land's myriad Tao divine soil is not so good. Qin Shuang and Xinxiang have undergone a meticulous change appearance and hide their breath, then head to Heavenly Flame City. W.A.N. Ji Dao is still in the Heavenly Flame City. Xinxiang is a sculptor and finds a place where W.A.N. Ji Dao hides by looking for the shadow of W.A.N. Ji Dao stay in some corners of the car. It is a relatively stylish hotel. Little rascal, you really die. Hurry in. W.A.N. Ji Dao whispered. After Xinxiang and Qin Shuang entered the room, W.A.N. Ji Dao quickly said, You young people, you are really fat. Half ghost old man. How do they know me? Xinxiang saw his portrait when he entered the city. He snorted. The portrait on the reward is not good at all. When I have time, I draw. A good for them. Don't make trouble. The things are so serious now. You have a heart to make fun of. W.A.N. Ji Dao was very speechless. Qin Shuang and Xinxiang didn't care about it at all and ran back to Heavenly Flame City. I heard that a guy named Hongani gave a clue to Violent Blade Clan. W.A.N. Ji Dao said. You should know this guy. Of course I know that this guy sent me to the Key. Xinxiang coldly snorted. I must find this guy and let him earn my bounty, right rascal? I thought that you actually entered the Purple Yang Temple and found more than a dozen Crystal Emperors in it. It's amazing. I have seen Crystal Emperor in my life. Give it to me, W.A.N. Ji Dao happily said with a smile. Hearing this, Qin Shuang complexion sank because Xinxiang has told her about this. UBASTARD, you haven't told me when you've been to Purple Yang Temple. Qin Shuang looked like frost, coldly looking at Xinxiang. This? I forgot to tell you, said Xinxiang, which made Qin Shuang even more angry. Xinxiang couldn't forget it because Xinxiang and she talked about Purple Yang Temple not long ago. They came out this time, going to Purple Yang Temple. Well, I will give those Crystal Emperors to you half. This is all right. Xinxiang got the Crystal Emperor inside the Sun Old Ancestor, and Qin Shuang is the granddaughter of the Sun Old Ancestor. So inside the Purple Yang Temple, everything belongs to Qin Shuang. How much are you? Qin Shuang coldly snorted. Xinxiang took out 9 Crystal Emperors, and he guessed that it would be exposed, and the people of Robber King leaked out. The altar's spirit has a few pieces of its own, Xinxiang said. I'm all useful and a rester here. I want 2 pieces, the other ones you keep. Qin Shuang took 2 pieces, and then looked at Xinxiang with a scornful look, but thought that Xinxiang gave Purple Yang divine sword to her. She did not blame Xin in her heart. Xiang, W.N.G. Dao saw the Crystal Emperor, but he was even more surprised by the ident.tai of Qin Shuang, which made him feel that Qin Shuang is the owner of Purple Yang Temple. W.A.N.G. Dao saw the Crystal Emperor, but he was even more surprised by the ident. 1. Tai of Qin Shuang, which made him feel that Qin Shuang is the owner of Purple Yang Temple. Half ghost old man, do you want it? Xinxiang asked. Forget it. I want to swear. How useful. I am just an alchemy. W.A.N.G. Dao waved his hand. Then you keep it. Xinxiang took out a few pieces of myriad Dao divine soil crystal. You help me make some, Dan. Give her something to eat. She wants to step into world-defying sacred realm. Need to strengthen violent world-defying battle souls, Dan. This asks, but it takes some time, W.A.N.G. Dao took Xinxiang's myriad Dao divine soil crystal and took out a test of something. This is artificial refining, but he also said, What are you planning now? W-A-N. Ji Dao put down the myriad Dao divine soil crystal and asked, "Back to heavenly ancient primal world," said Xinxiang. "Those guys are so easy to find us. You don't have to worry too much." "Yes, otherwise you don't dare to run." W-A-N. Ji Dao grinned. "For the half-ghost old man, you can check it out, Hongani, where the B-A-S-T-A-R-D is," Xinxiang said. "I will solve him and return to heavenly ancient primal world." W-A-N. Ji Dao was very fast, only a small half-day, and I found that Hongani also returned to heavenly ancient primal world. Divine soil Forbidden Land has many myriad Dao divine soils. Hongani as the heavenly ancient imperial family and the descendant of the Sun-Old Ancestor. So he thinks that the descendants of these Sun-Old Ancestor are promising to get those myriad Dao divine soil, although it is the refining of the Sun-Old Ancestor. There is a question about the use of, not to mention the large number of myriad Dao divine soil crystal, which is best for the refiner. Great! This guy took so many rewards, and then went to heavenly ancient primal world. I will find him. Xinxiang looked at Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang is now at killing intent. "You go to the chair every period of time. I will give you Dan," said W-A-N. Ji Dao. Qin Shuang and Xinxiang left Heavenly Flame City and then went to an ancient teleportation formation. There are several teleportation formations to Heavenly Ancient Primal World. These teleportation formations are public. They know that we are from Heavenly Ancient Primal World and will definitely be stationed near this teleportation formation, so we can't go back with these teleportation formations. Qin Shuang said, "I will take you to a place where the teleportation formation is only known to me. You are the granddaughter of the Sun-Old Ancestor, and the secret of the old Sun Ancestor is quite a lot," said Xinxiang. "That is, my grandfather is still alive. I want to find him." Qin Shuang sighed. "I don't know anything about him. I don't know where he is now. I will find him sooner or later," Xinxiang said with a smile. "I hope there are clues in Purple Yang Temple." Qin Shuang looked at Purple Yang Divine Sword and asked Xinxiang when he first entered Purple Yang Temple. Qin Shuang knows the most about Purple Yang Temple. Xinxiang feels that this time it will definitely be a lot easier, at least not getting lost. After learning about the situation in Purple Yang Temple from Xinxiang, Qin Shuang breathed a sigh of relief. The inside was destroyed, which is great. Qin Shuang is worried that someone will break into it and cause damage to the Purple Yang Temple. There's a precious thing left by the Sun-Old Ancestor. She is very vague about her, and maybe there is a clue to find the Sun-Old Ancestor. Xinxiang walked according to the way Qin Shuang pointed, and soon entered a mountain scene, and finally found a teleportation formation in it. It's hidden in hiding. Xinxiang entered into the mountain side of a mountain, and then entered the deep ground from a Pa-S, sage in the middle of the mountainside, only to see the teleportation formation. This teleportation formation is not very big. It can only let 5 people stand up. It is still hidden so deep, it is really not easy to find it. "It's not easy to hide, it's easy to be found," Qin Shuang said. "There is a guy here who is looking for this ancient teleportation formation." The two of them stood on the teleportation formation, and Qin Shuang began to inject into the teleportation formation to motivate the teleportation formation. The teleportation formation itself has the ability to absorb strength, so it quickly absorbs enough energy from Qin Shuang. "To start, you don't want to go," Qin Shuang warned repeatedly Ray. "Sure, I am not a child. I will not mess with the eggs," Xinxiang happily said with a smile. Then a flash of light, a piece of white. After a while, the front was dark, and Qin Shuang took out a glowing stone to illuminate all around. They had already revealed it. The teleportation formation here is also hidden. It will allow us to return to Myriad Dao in the future. Qin Shuang said, then open a stone gate. "Let's go. We go to Purple Yang Temple. There are still many roads." "Going," Xinxiang happily said with a smile. "This is Heavenly Ancient Primal World. Not only can fly, but also use SPAC power teleport. Qin Shuang has forgotten, just back from Myriad Dao." She think of this, Xinxiang took her, directly teleport to the entrance to the Purple Yang Temple, from here to the depths, and then saw a huge fireball. Purple Yang Temple is in the fireball Both of them are very strong, so they are all over the road. How long does it take to get outside the Purple Yang Temple? Qin Shuang pierced the Purple Yang Divine, sword into the hole, and opened the door of Purple Yang Temple. When I was a child, I used to play here. I should change what was inside. After Qin Shuang opened the door, the place to enter directly was not the empty plaza, but the very magnificent hall. Why can you go straight to the straw, and I and the robber clan people go to another place? Xinxiang felt incredible. That's because you are in the roasting. There is a trigger for mechanism. Only people who are familiar with this place know that they are doing it right at the gate. When I opened it, I triggered it with Purple Yang Divine Sword. Qin Shuang all around, then pull Xinxiang to teach the sacred illusion. How come? I went into the sliding door last time, and then walked along Pa S Sage and found those crystal emperors, Xinxiang said. Is there an entrance here? Of course. Qin Shuang stroked the formidable golden dragon on the wall. Finally, her finger rested on a dragon scales of the golden dragon. I saw that she released a strong, violent world, defying power, and pressed it hard. The dragon scales were pressed down to her, and a hole appeared. Then she pierced the Purple Yang Divine Sword, and a small door appeared on the rock wall. Only one person could Pa SS, the original surname. Xinxiang looked at the sliding door he had entered last time. He was very puzzled. Why is the Crystal Emperor placed so easy to find? It's easy to find, but if you have Purple Yang Divine Sword, you can't get it, Qin Shuang said. There should be something important there. Qin Shuang took Xinxiang through the narrow Pa S Sage and revealed that the bookshelves were empty and somewhat messy, like being ransacked. Xinxiang saw the study like this, and she was shocked and shouted, What is going on here? Is there anyone else who has been here? But it is impossible, and you need Purple Yang Divine Sword to get rid of it. Xinxiang saw the study like this, and she was shocked and shouted, What is going on here? Is there anyone else who has been here? But it is impossible, and you need Purple Yang Divine Sword to get rid of it. He immediately picked up the police and looked at all around. He worried that there was a strong guy hiding inside. Don't panic. Qin Shuang saw Xinxiang nervous and took a look at his shoulder. This should be the case from the beginning. Qin Shuang scrutinizes the empty bookshelves. He pierces them into a bookshelf with Purple Yang Divine Sword. It penetrates easily and sees the entire study suddenly glittering a purple light glow. After the purple light disappeared, there were a few more books here. There is something going on, Xinxiang shouted. Qin Shuang has picked up one of the books and flipped it quickly. How is everything above? You are looking at it. Xinxiang picked up a book and turned it over. It was all blank. He aimed at the book that Qin Shuang saw, and it was blank. Of course you can't see. This is what the Sun-Old Ancestor wrote to his descendant, and his bloodline inheritance is invisible, Qin Shuang said. I have good and bad have sword blood. Xinxiang snorted, and he was very curious about what was recorded. Ray. Sure, if you find something, I will definitely tell you. Qin Shuang now seems to have seen something critical, a serious face. There are a total of 4 books here, and I don't know why. She suddenly took the book away and took another one. So soon 4 books were seen by her. There are things written on it. Xinxiang was curious about the extreme. Some trivia, Qin Shuang said. Children don't believe what you just said. There must be a major event. Xinxiang vomited and said, You actually lied to me. Hey, haven't you been stalking me into the Purple Yang Temple before? Qin Shuang said, whitening him. Ray. Sure, there are ways to resist blood fire. This is fine. There's a place where Sun-Old Ancestor went, Xinxiang asked. Yes, but I don't know where it is. Saint World Defying may know. If I guess wrong, it should be World Defying Soul River, Qin Shuang said. Go, let's find a form. Plate. The formation plate can withstand blood fire. Qin Shuang left Xin's study with Xinxiang and strolled around the Purple Yang Temple. She finally uncovered the shovel and took a formation plate from the bottom of a large stove and poured it into Violent. World-defying power goes in, the formation plate slams. Xinxiang also took out Divine Mirror of 6 Paths and said, I copy the form inside. Divine Mirror of Six Paths has this ability. Qin Shuang was a little surprised. That is, my Divine Mirror of Six Paths is amazing, Xinxiang happily said with a smile, then mirrored the formation plate until Feng Kuter told him that he had finished, and he gave back the formation plate. Qin Shuang now, Xinxiang asked. You if wanted to stay here for a few more days. No, we hurry up and look for Hongani, Qin Shuang said. If you can, take me to see the altar spirit. Leaving Purple Yang Temple, Xinxiang immediately teleport outside Divine Soil Forbidden Land. Divine Soil Forbidden Land's barrier became stronger, Xinxiang surprisedly said. Fortunately, I can get in. After Xinxiang touched the barrier began to release a strong repulsive force, but when he sensed his breath, he immediately weakened the strength, and he could walk in with Qin Shuang. Among the Sun the forest the altar spirit is releasing the flame, helping Chen Kai Refiner. Xinxiang gave a Crystal Emperor Chen Kai, and Chen Kai's strength at this time. It is difficult to use Crystal Emperor Refiner alone. Dead guy, you finally lived! Qin Shuang squatted on the street and took a trip to the altar spirit. Missy, the altar spirit surprisedly said. You are unexpectedly still alive. You are more beautiful than before. Hey! Qin Shuang coldly snorted and said, The more you chew on Alpha, the Crystal Emperor on your body is more bananas. I have bad luck once. Now of course I have to pay attention, the altar spirit happily said with a smile. Xinxiang, how do you guys hook up with Missy? It was she who hooked me, who made Purple Yang Divine sword in my hands, Xinxiang said with a smile. But when he touched the cold eyes of Qin Shuang, he immediately put away a smile and dared not laugh again. You can protect Divine Soil Forbidden Land here. There should be a lot of world-defying Sacred Realm guys on Myriad Dao, Qin Shuang said. If Divine Soil Forbidden Land is broken, Grandpa knows. It will definitely not let you go, Ray. Sure, there is me. Divine Soil Forbidden Land is safe. the altar spirit is very confident. Go, let's go find Hongani now. Qin Shuang saw the altar spirit and saw the strength of the altar spirit at this time. Hongani, this guy was awkward. He wanted to break the barrier, but it failed, the altar spirit said. Right, I want Sword Clan by family to enter, Sword Clan by family and Xinxiang's relations. H.I. Plus P, it's good, and it's strong, it's worth cultivating. But they inherit the spirit of Sword Dao from the Sun Old Ancestor. You are free. Qin Shuang is also recognized by family, especially by Xuelan's sword blood, which gives her an inexplicable sense of intimacy. After Xinxiang and Qin Shuang left, they went to by family by Xuelan and by Ximing to see Xinxiang back. They were very happy, and by Xuelan also found Xinxiang to be much better than before. Hongani has, Xinxiang asked. This is true, but there is a time limit of 1 year, and he will definitely be in Bara. Said by then, by Ximing said. Other Sun D clan, Qin Shuang asked. By Ximing and by Xuelan saw Qin Shuang and Xinxiang together, and they knew that their relations. H.I. plus P was good. Xinxiang had loaned Purple Yang Divine sword to Qin Shuang. On the same day, Qin Shuang had a great strength to repel the siege of Bai residents. Enemy, there is a flaw, but they are all run by us, Bai Ximing said. At this time, Bai Ximing is very confident because he already has sword blood. Before Xinxiang refines a sword blood dan to eat, Hongani will soon be jealous. We've wanted to wait for him here, Bai Ximing said. No, let's go to Heavenly Ancient Imperial Palace and find him. He should be inside, Xinxiang said. Xuelan, you don't have to go. Stay here and watch by residence. Directly entering the Heavenly Ancient Imperial Palace, which surprised Bai Ximing. This asks, the strength of the Heavenly Ancient Imperial Palace is still very strong, and Xinxiang is now attacking with Qin Shuang, which makes him feel very dangerous. Asked, Xinxiang laughed. Let's go now. They have to go to Myriad Dao and go to the Sea of Fire to find Dao Creation's Saint Stone. Leaving by residence, Xinxiang took Qin Shuang and several teleports taught him to vomit and smear a sheath.